Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by our Senior Economist, Tracy Shuchart. Tracy, good morning.
Good morning, all.
And the fabulous macro strategist, Craig Shapiro. Craig, how are you?
Good morning, Jim. How's it going?
Pretty good. How's the weather and everything down there in Naples today?
Still perfect.
Oh, that's good
Finally.
news. It's starting to turn up here. Nights are getting a little chilly, but that's perfect for the hot tub, so I am not going to complain about that. I woke up this morning and, first thing I did was, what's gold doing? Where are we at with gold? Another big sell-off so far. Shai, what's going on with gold right now?
So we're just still seeing a pullback. There isn't any huge news. We had a lot of flows currently in not only the ETF, but also in the micro and big contracts in the futures market. So that's pretty incredible. But again, no news. I think this sell-off's really just taking a lot of the froth out of the market. We have, we haven't technically overbought since 3,500. Believe it or not, we were $900 above that before it finally broke, right? And so I think this is just a lot of froth being taken out of the market. I don't think that it's indicative of anything major or that it's going to crash. You still have the fundamentals behind this market with the underlying bid from central banks, still a lot of interest in retail. And so, again, I just think that this is kind of blowing the froth out of this market, which is great. I'd love to see this actually pull back just a little bit more, maybe move sideways for a while for a next step up. I don't think this gold story is over by any stretch of the imagination looking at the long term.
Yeah, I mean, usually we start with news, but this was like top of mind. I logged in and I saw, the micro gold did 687,000 contracts already. The classic gold contract, 237,000 contracts this morning. And I was like, wow, this is like top of mind right now. Craig, what do you think's going on here?
Yeah, I agree with both of you. I agree with Tracy just on this idea that sentiment is really, been plowed into, parts of the precious metals market, the entirety of the precious metals market, in addition to, various other more speculative areas of the tape, over the last several months as volatility has been largely suppressed. And both the administration and the Fed have been, seeking kind of grinding higher asset markets, to help out the economy and to see how to balance, let's say, the lower part of the K-shaped economy continue to deteriorate. And so, look, I think when you get this kind of range expansion and volatility and very high volumes, typically can be signs of an interim top. I think we've put that in now for gold and precious, broadly speaking. We've also put that likely in for crypto. That happened a couple of weeks ago after the Trump tariff news on the 10th. We've seen tops forming in quantum computing stocks, in rare earth stocks, in crypto mining stocks, in AI power-related stocks. So the broadening out of the rally that people were focused on seems to be retracing again. And now we have, we're into the teeth of earnings season here, and we'll see if earnings can hold up to keep this, this equity market going. And so, it should be a fascinating, next few days here as all the big tech companies report next week. We get the Fed meeting next week. We get CPI on Friday, and we get the potential for a Trump-Xi meeting at the end of next week. So lots going on.
All right. Well, thanks for that, Craig. Appreciate that. Tracy, I think we should do the news right now. What is going on in general here?
Right. So the big headlines tonight were dollar goes into hibernation with a range near the tightest since 2013. Dollar trading has become unusually subdued, with one measure showing it's the quietest in more than a decade. Over the last 60 trading days, Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index has stayed within one standard deviation of its average about 80% of the time. It reached 88% earlier this month, the highest since 2013. So there was a high conviction short USD trade earlier this year, and that seems that has moderated, and so has FX positioning. Now, the dollar is creeping higher. We're slightly above 99 this morning, but overall the volatility has been very subdued, and it has been in a very tight range. Next, I love energy and have been pounding the table that if we want all this AI data centers, we are going to need a lot more energy. So we had Apollo out this morning saying the AI energy gap will not be closed in our lifetime. They said the amount of energy required to supply the data centers powering artificial intelligence is so vast that meeting it may need more than a lifetime. They also said that means sustainable energy investors need to accept the fact that renewables are not enough to power the AI age. We've talked about this a lot. Renewables are intermittent power sources. We need base load, which is, oil, gas, and nuclear. I think broadly energy has kind of been ignored in this whole story. So it's good to see some big people coming out and talking about it. And their final quote, which I liked, it said, "So what's happening around the world, there is no doubt it is what you might call energy addition, and the world is scrambling for every source of power." So hopefully we'll start seeing some love in the energy sector right now. We have oil up slightly after we dipped into that 55 with just over 58 this morning, up over a percent. We had some news on the SPR last night saying that the administration is going to buy 1 million barrels for the SPR. Now, I just mind you that we had 300 million barrels dumped in the prior administration trying to subdue oil prices, which it did nothing. And so our strategic reserve is dangerously low. So 1 million barrels sounds like a lot. It's not. But at least it's something. And then we also had Trump saying that he had a conversation with Modi last night and that they have promised to cut Russian flows of oil. We'll see if that comes to fruition, but the oil markets certainly like that this morning. And we also had a PI out last night, which is not my favorite metric, but they did show a draw of 3 million barrels. So we'll see what happens on EIA today, which is the only data point that we have today is 10:30 crude stocks. And then we have Tesla after the bell today. We have Intel tomorrow, as Craig mentioned. And then, I love to throw a winger in there. We have Beyond Meat up 13,000% over the last few days. News that they'll now be in Walmarts. But also, this stock has been heavily shorted. But there you go.
What's Beyond Meat? I mean, is this soybeans? What is it even? I don't even know.
It's the fake burger meat, BYND. It's like fake meat, right? It was like all the rage when it first came out. The stock went like to the roof, and then it was, trading like below $1 just recently before this Walmart announcement.
Oh, man. Well, before we get to VIX expiration and volatility, Shai, let's just stick with crude oil for one quick second here. I see like a triple bottom in crude oil. Every time we get to that 56 level and then we breach that 55 level, we get buyers coming in. And we saw that in April, beginning of April. We saw that in beginning of May, and then we're seeing it today, right? We launched off of that 50s, as you mentioned, 55, 56 handle. It almost seems like this is an impenetrable floor. What do you think?
Well, I think markets start getting very nervous, and we've heard from Hal earnings yesterday, and they said that, there is not enough spend right now to maintain current oil production in the U.S. right now, in the shale basins in particular, and that, shale oil production is rolling over at these prices. And so I think you're going to hear more of this as they come out. Halliburton was the first big player to come out and on earnings. So energy earnings are just starting, but I think that resonated a lot with the market, and knowing that if production comes offline in the U.S., that's not a good thing. And so I think that 55, anywhere between, I say 55 and 56, seems to be holding there.
Yeah, no, for sure. All right, we'll keep an eye on this thing. We'll see if this week pop up. We're above that 80 MA. We'll see if we get to that 21. Craig, tell us about VIX expiration and what to expect today.
Yeah, it's interesting. So October VIX comes off the board this morning at the open, and what we had this vol suppression, really, like we've been talking about for months and into the first week of October. And, we had some VIX call buying ahead of that Trump tariff escalation on the 10th. But once that news came out, the VIX really did explode for a few days there. Kind of peaked out early or late last week, up near 28, and the front month contract got up to like 24. But in light of the tariff taco dynamic from Trump, for the most part, vol got sold, and we saw an incredibly aggressive sell down in front month VIX, for Monday or Friday and into Monday and into yesterday. Really, historic proportion. But now we're trading for November contract back around 19, which is, for all intents and purposes, right back to the level right before Trump gave the tariff escalation threat on the 10th. And so if you think as we move out here, given all the uncertainty regarding the trade dynamics, Trump even mentioned yesterday that potentially the meeting with Xi, which he's been talking about for weeks, may not happen. He just casually threw that out there in a press conference yesterday. Because, look, as we've been discussing, it's not clear, what the trade deal is going to be, and whether or not Xi really wants to meet. We don't know. China hasn't really discussed that dynamic. The administration here clearly has and is desirous of a meeting, but we don't know if that's going to happen. And, there is still some risk that tariffs will go up at the end of the month if we can't get to some sort of agreement. It's also possible we'll just kick the can for another 90 days. Very likely that could happen as well. But in light of CPI on Friday, a Fed meeting next week, all the big cap earnings still needing to come through. You're seeing some of the negative reaction this morning to Netflix missing, to Texas Instruments missing. So, maybe a few chinks in the armor here on the AI story or the big cap tech story. So we'll see. And with all that event risk coming up, particularly into Friday's CPI, which may give. It may make it more difficult for people to really believe that the Fed has their back with aggressive rate cutting cycle if that inflation data comes in hotter than expected. I know we're only looking for 3.1% on core and on headline, but if we get a 3.3 or 3.4% number and a very healthy acceleration in the month-on-month numbers, then there'll be some worries about the Fed's abilities to to really deliver more than just the October cut, especially in light of having no government data. So. We'll be trading November VIX right back down at 19 here. I think this is probably a short-term floor for a little bit. It's going to make it harder for some of that systematic fund releveraging to go back on, and the markets will trade truer here with earnings, with the rotations we've been seeing, and likely see some more risk off in light of what we've seen in gold, what we're seeing in crypto, what we're seeing in some of these high beta spec names. It could be a little bit of choppy to downward trading here over the course of the next few days.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday we had a baby candle in Nasdaq. Today, so far, we have a baby candle brewing right now. So not a lot of range yesterday, and so far not a lot of range today. Netflix didn't seem to do anything last night. We had this little temporary sell-off in the NASI in that extra hour after RTH. But I like both your opinions. We'll start with Craig. What this whole earnings situation, is it going to impact any of these equities, or is it all about interest rates and all about trade deals?
Yeah. Look, I think obviously on an idiosyncratic basis, earnings are going to matter, and so we're going to get a ton of big moves, into and out of these prints, up and down, depending on if companies, beat versus miss. What are the expectations going in? So on a single stock level, surely earnings are really going to matter. The question is, will the entirety of the earnings trajectory matter, for the indices and the flows? And I guess, broadly speaking, that's probably less so, right? Because we've been seeing how important zero data expiry options are and the systematic flows and all the other dynamics in play. So, from my perspective, I think with the VIX probably having a short-term floor here with some increased uncertainty about the pace of the economic recovery in the U.S. and the labor market, with uncertainty around Friday's CPI print, with the bond market being as bid as it's been and positioning getting very long in fixed income again. I mean, what have we seen over the course of the last few weeks is when positioning gets incredibly stretched and asset prices get incredibly elevated, one little thing that picks up volatility can lead to a pretty sizable reversal. So if we get a hot CPI print and we get a bond sell-off, I think that's going to be a struggle for equities as an asset class. Which stocks do well will be determined by, the earnings specifically, but I think we could see some broader equity outflows here, into next week's, more important Fed meeting and the Trump China talks at the end of the week.
Yeah. Yes. Shai, how do you feel about earnings versus CPI?
Well, I'm in the short term, obviously CPI is going to matter, but I think, earnings are being particularly watched this quarter, particularly. I think markets are waiting on those AI earnings because there's been a lot of speculation around kind of the accounting. We've talked about this before, kind of the circular nature of these companies and how they're all dependent on each other. What that accounting looks like and what, are the actual earnings, or is this just a lot of promises? And so I think in particular, those stocks will be heavily, heavily watched as far as earnings are concerned.
Yeah, yeah. Well, good morning, chat. Paulie, special shout out. No, wait, Engineer Bear, special shout out first to chime in. Engineer Bear, give Bunny our best, and followed by Cooper and Paulie, three amigos. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate everybody being here with us this morning on NinjaTrader Live. Paulie, keep those emails coming. I don't always respond to every one of them. It's just my inbox is overflowing, but I read them all, and I really appreciate those emails, Paulie. So thank you for that. And one thing we never do, and we should probably do, is we should do a shout out to the folks in Chicago at headquarters that are watching NinjaTrader Live. We're thinking about you guys. Thank you for all your hard work, and hopefully, and we will see you in December at the Christmas party. So. Good job, guys. We haven't done that before. We got to do that, man. These guys are working hard back there. Guys and gals are working hard. Any event, let's kind of shoot over to, I want to talk about the 30-year U.S. Treasury bonds. I mean, these guys are rallying, and we're at 119 handle here. Actually, 119, 30 seconds, almost halfway through that 119 handle. With just a move that just keeps on going up. I mean, this morning, cash yields for the 30 were 4.53. The 10-year remained below that four handle at 3.94. So this market is reacting to something. A lot of times I like to say that the 30-year Treasury bond market is smarter than the other markets in terms of its reaction ahead of time. And so we're moving up here in price and down in yield. And this is, long end of the curve where everyone says, well, who wants to buy 30-year Treasury bonds? Well, somebody does. We had a double top that broke pretty decisively. I'll start with you, Craig. Craig, what do you think about this longer term prospect here in the 30-year?
Yeah, I'll be the first to admit that I've been surprised at the strength. I mean, there's clearly been, some fiscal improvement in the U.S. this year, which I think, was broadly unexpected. Tariff revenues have really helped, slow down the pace of the budget deficit increases. And so the budget deficit kind of came in below 6% of GDP. I think that's been constructive for that. But I agree with you. I think the bond market is also picking up on this idea of a slowdown in the U.S., which is developing and probably getting a little bit worse on the labor market, but also picking up on some of these global collateral issues or some of this deleveraging that's going on across asset classes and maybe a little bit of a flight to safety, flight to quality trade, in fixed income. We have an important 20-year auction this afternoon, which will be, I think, a good guide to, true demand. I mean, 20s have been kind of a struggled duration. And so, we'll see if this bond rally in the 20-year and the 30-year, will be taken up well. I think, into a likely hotter than expected CPI print on Friday, maybe we'll get a little bit of disappointment in that auction, just given how low the yields have come. But look, the chart looks great, and I think you're right. I think it's suggesting that there's a little bit more uncertainty in the world, and with volatility starting to creep back up again, it's probably indicative of choppier trading here, at least until we get more data, whether it's the CPI on Friday or the government reopening, and starting to hear that labor data come in.
Yeah, and Shai, on that note, what What's your analysis or spider sense or whatever you have over there telling you about the CPI number that's going to come out on Friday? Do you think it's going to come in hot, or what's your sense?
I think it's going to come in relatively in line, which is 3.1 is what the expectation is. If we see an outsized number either way, that's going to really move the markets. If it comes in at expectations, I think the market will sigh relief and be like, okay, no problem. 2 more cuts this year, October and December, and the markets will probably like it.
Yeah, got it. Well, we'll see. I mean, hot numbers could freak everybody out, right? And then, you're looking at that CME Group Fed Funds tool. It's like two, and this has been. We have 2 cuts kind of baked in the cake, and they've been baked in the cake on the Fed Funds tool for a long period of time, right? It's not like it's kind of gradually inching up to the 90s, but it's been up there for a long period of time. Mike, are they baked in the cake? We'll start with you, Shai, and then go to Craig on that.
But are they? I think they're baked in the cake. I mean, I think we're going to have the markets factoring in too. I think when we saw Powell speak earlier, this month he turned very dovish, and so I think 2025 is pretty much set. I think we'll get to quarter points, and I think 2026 may be questionable depending on the data that we get, just because we have had lack of data since the government shutdown. So we'll have to see what the data looks like going forward, but I think 2025 is pretty much set with 2.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think if you look back at the dot plot, it was a pretty close expectation to get 2, but given Powell is more likely in the 2 camp, his ability to kind of push the committee to deliver both those rate cuts, I think will be pretty good. The only pushback would be is if we see inflation data really come in hotter than expected, right? We know that's the Achilles heel for many of the hawks on the Fed, who are very concerned that inflation is just really showing no real momentum back down towards 2%. And if we start to get a series of monthly prints here, starting with this one from September, that shows an acceleration, even though it's quote unquote transitory from tariffs, it still makes it harder to justify, doing a series of rate cuts, and show really any inflation credibility. So I think if we got a hot inflation print this week, given that expectations for cuts are already at 100% for October and are already basically at 100% for December, you may start opening up the idea that December is not a done deal. That interest rate volatility could creep back in. We could see a sell-off in bonds on that. We probably get a curve flattener on the back of that, which is not how most folks are set up. So, that could be something to watch out for this week with the inflation print. I think it's a very important piece of data because we just haven't gotten any data for 3 weeks now. We're unlikely to get more data because the government isn't showing really any progress regarding opening up anytime soon. So this will be a very important data point to be watched.
Yeah, good point. Great lineup today, folks. Remember, we're going to have Farm with us in a little while. We have Kane and Stowe going to be trading the open. And Shai, give us a preview on our special guest this morning.
Yes, this morning we have Amanda Goodall, CEO of the Job Chick and Insider Edge. I thought she would be a great person to bring in so we can talk about what's really going on in the labor market, given particularly since we've had an absence of data. So looking forward to talking to her about what's really going on with the labor market.
All right. Pumped up about that. And later on this afternoon, Jared Tendler is going to be doing a special segment at 4 o'clock on retail therapy. I got to meet Jared down in Naples last week, and he is super cool guy and a very smart guy. So we're looking forward to that extended show today as well. Craig, we're almost up against time. Any last second thoughts here?
Look, I think expiry on Friday kind of changed the dynamics a little bit, and I think VIX expiry also kind of kept the market together for these systematic flows and these hedges being rebought. And so now we're through that. Market could trade a little bit truer. So it's going to be important to see how the reaction to earnings are, what the CPI looks like. I think we're in for a little bit more of a two-way tape here, for the next several days into the Fed meeting next week and into these Trump-Xi talks. And so Probably going to see some more range expansion. And look, I think if we start to get a move to the downside or some more fear or any headlines, from Trump that the Xi meeting may not happen, we could quickly put ourselves back into a negative gamma position, with a 1% move down here. So you got to keep our heads up for that.
Xi meeting's not happening. Anyway, we'll see.
If that's the case, we're not priced for that. So if that's the case with vol kind of having this 3-day move back down to where we were, having puts on, having hedges on, I think is a prudent strategy, for into November.
Okay, good point. All right, great stuff, Craig. Appreciate you as usual. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to talking to you tomorrow.
Sounds good.
Shai, I'm going to talk to you in a minute, so hang tight.
Okay.
We're going to hop in and do a real quick edge report. All right, let's start out. I want to start out with gold, because gold's been the story. That this is just a gift that keeps on giving. Remember, we have almost 700,000 contracts traded in the micros. We have just a ton, 707,000 in the micros. We have 249 traded in the classic. Huge volume, huge interest. These are great markets to trade. Some of the commodity micros, take a peek at. Here's a daily chart, and here's something to look at going forward here. I have just kind of lined up what the open interest was in the December gold contract. Now, keep in mind, we're 30 days away from rollover. This isn't rollover pairing of positions, but starting Thursday, we lost 3,121 positions. On the 17th, Friday, 3,200. On Monday, 3,700. And then yesterday, 4,100. So positions are being closed, and just look at the nature of the chart. Well, what positions are being closed? Well, probably the longs, right? We have this really nice sell-off here, and I did a fib from the FOMC day all the way up to the top here, and we just tapped that 50% retracement right at that 21 EMA. This is super big level for me, 40.29. We'll see what Farm has to say. I'm going to ask him about gold. But this is just we tapped it. We'll see if we close below it. It could be a little bit more bombs away, because we have another target here at that 61.8% as well. And then that 50 EMA is really, really far. But we're in that rotation zone between the 8 and the 21. Anything could happen, but keep an eye on this open interest as we go forward here. You can pick that off probably on your platform or at the CME Group's website. Intraday, we have a lot of lines, folks. Let's get these lines sorted out so we can see them a little bit better here on the chart, on the screen. We lost VWAP in the rearview mirror. This is early this morning. This is right after the London initial balance. This is like 5 a.m. and we stayed below that session VWAP, right? It's a funny little formation today, but we have a lot of price separation below. We hit that 1-day min of Menthor Q, one of my favorite levels, by the way. And by the way, Menthor Q just added the ability to actually track these levels day by day. So something to think about if you're not using them. A little bit further south here, though, we have some targets here. We have S1, and S1 is approximately 40.23 if we break out from the, it's about at the session low if you include this little crazy wick right here we saw at 10 o'clock last night. And then we have a PAX line, and then we have really S2 is the next stop down from that. That's at 39.07. That would be a big move down for gold if it kept going down. For the bulls, though, we got right in the middle of the pack here. We got that 0 DTE put support level pretty much around, that's 4,100 even. And then we have that call resistance level and that gamma wall for 0 DTEs as well, right around 41.25. Above that 1-day max is kind of framing the top of the conversation. We didn't quite get to it after that London initial balance, but it's still there on my radar screen, 41.78. So if this thing turns around and picks up, that would also be a target here for the gold contract. So that's the story for gold. And remember, micros are your friends, folks. So if you haven't traded these before, consider those. Let's just go over to we're going to talk about the NQ with farms. So I'm going to jump over to the Bitcoin here. Let's squeeze a little Bitcoin analysis in with the time we have remaining for the Edge report. Here we go. I mean, this is looking kind of grim, to be honest with you. I mean, we have a support at 108,500, and we had that low all the way back here at the beginning of September. We kind of oscillated up in this consolidation range, broke out. Everybody was all happy, talking, Bitcoin a million, and then boom, this sell-off has been pretty relentless, all the way down to 104 print. And right now we're testing that 108,500 again on the daily. And this is looking, well, needless to say, bearish, gamma condition negative here on the Bitcoin. Intraday, we have some targets here. Let me open this up a little bit more. Anything could happen, of course, but this is looking like a negative day. Look at that VWAP, that white line. We have been below the session VWAP since the get-go, since the gun went off. We're still there. We're going to see if we get some of those Brian Shannon VWAP touches up here as the day goes on, but this is starting to flatline a little bit as well. Point of control, it's a little wonky here, but the point of control is at 108,325, right? Pretty close to that area we're talking about, that 108,500, with the competing point of control a little bit above it here. So that's kind of a price happiness area right now for the Bitcoin. Really quickly, target here, call resistance way up here at 110,000. And then the downside, well, we got that 0DTE put support at 106,000. That is today's Edge Report. We're ready for a special guest. Shy.
Yes, so this morning we have Amanda Goodall, CEO of the Job Chick and Insider Edge. Looking forward to talking to her about the labor market in particular, because we have had lack of data from the BLS due to government shutdowns. So looking forward to picking apart the labor market, and is it really as bad as we think it may be?
All right. Let's bring Amanda in. Amanda, great to meet you. Thank you for being here with us on NinjaTrader Live.
Thank you. Yes, good morning. It's 5:30 in Las Vegas, very bright and early.
Are you visiting or do you live there?
I live here. Yeah, I have been here for 2 years.
Wow. Okay. That's exciting. I'm actually going to come to the F1 in November. It's probably going to be a little crazy with all the streets blocked off.
It is. It is. That's an understatement.
Oh man! All right. Well, thanks for being here right off the bat. What's going on? We have this government shutdown. There's, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of employees that are not working. We have potentially some layoffs. I don't even know what the status of that is. How is that? What's going on there? What's the story there, and how is that impacting jobs?
Yeah, I mean, no data, no panic, right? I mean, that's what we're dealing with. And anybody that knows me, follows me, knows that I don't care what the BLS says about unemployment numbers. I have been dealing with, jobs and how companies are structuring for the last 20 plus years. So I'm really looking at the data behind the scenes, what's going on in companies. And then I look at it from an industry sector, standpoint. So, with regards to the BLS not coming out, all it's doing right now is it's giving mainstream media stuff to talk about, to go, oh, what's it going to be? Where are we going to be at? From my point of view, from what I can see, and going through all of the last 5, 7, 8 years, really, the unemployment levels that we're seeing reported on the BLS, I'm not buying them. They are way too low to what is actually happening with companies, with the way hiring is working. I mean, this year alone, we are down 58% year over year in hires. We've had just over 200,000 hires this year in 2025. Hiring has hit the lowest point since 2009. And you're telling me we're only at a 4-point-something% unemployment rate? No way. That's not how it's working. So we see a lot of different disconnects going on with the way, you have the narratives that come out in earnings and in the earnings calls specifically, where they're saying, oh no, headcount growth is remaining the same. It is, but it's not all here in the US. It is offshoring a lot as well. So this is why we aren't seeing the job growth that all of these companies are, projecting. And, obviously the stock market is surging. So there's this major disconnect in what is going on. But as far as government data goes, it's not something I ever look at. I'll talk about it, but it's not something that I ever bring into my data, because it does not add up to what I look at in workforce data specifically.
And when we're talking about, everybody's talking about AI, and that's going to obviously impact a lot of jobs. Are we seeing that yet happen? And are you forecasting it to get worse or no impact, or kind of what's the whole landscape going on with the whole AI and jobs, because that's all you hear about in the media.
Yeah, AI is the new favorite scapegoat for layoffs, and at the end of the day, when every time I hear, I roll my eyes. I know I do every time I read it online or I hear somebody say that. I'm just like, yeah, it's not. And that is honestly becoming a strange hobby of mine to go, okay, you're saying you're laying off because of AI. Well, let's go look at the data. Because when you do lay off due to AI, you have to have your teams set up a certain way, or even just repurposing of the organization within your company. And I don't see it. 99% of the time, I don't see it. Or even if there is a little bit of that AI push, it is a small fraction. So right now, it is that handy thing. Last year, it was all about, restructuring. The year before, it was still about, the over hiring due to the pandemic. So what is 2026 excuse going to be? I'm not sure yet. At some point, they're going to have to stop with the AI. Of course, companies are automating. Companies are always automating. And I really believe, 2020, 2021 really pushed a lot of companies to really focus on how do we automate more because of what happened. And, that's smart. That's smart business is what they're supposed to be doing. But, when you look at it from a jobs market and a labor market standpoint on what's actually going on, it does not match up. Absolutely does not match up. And like I said, that is my favorite hobby, to just go, oh, okay, we're doing layoffs, and I just go look at the workforce data. I pull it for the last couple of years and I look at their scale of things, and it never ever matches, like ever. It's crazy.
Well, that could probably be said for a lot of government data, but let's let's now that we know how you feel about it, Amanda, let's talk about this H-1B visa impact on employers and again on the job numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. The H-1B thing, honestly, and I say this all the time, it is a distraction on what is going on with corporates. And, yes, H-1Bs are coming here. We have the new $100,000 fee, which is peanuts for corporations. Let's break that down. When you look at like even just the top 10, 11 companies that are bringing in H-1Bs for jobs here in the US, it's like a few trillion, which is nothing in the scheme of things for all of these companies combined on what they are making. So I'm not concerned about that. We've already had several companies, including, NVIDIA, just saying, yes, we are going to pay it. Now, interestingly enough, yesterday, Walmart said, hey, yeah, we are going to put a pause on hiring on H-1Bs right now. Why? I'm not really sure. I would say this actually fits along the line of them saying we're not really having major job growth for the next 5 years as they start building in that automation side more. That's what I'm going to say, and they'll use whatever narrative they want with all of that. But honestly, H-1Bs are the distraction. What we are seeing right now, the big issue we are seeing with the labor market is offshoring. And, we've had offshoring for a long time. This is not new. But watching it over the last 15 years, it is massively ramped up. I mean, Amazon alone, about a third of their workforce is offshore. And I don't mean just like global headquarters because, they're a multinational company. I'm not talking about that. It is just where the work is. And, so when you look at all of the companies, not even just Mag 7, but everything across the board, they are offshoring at a level we have never seen before. This is why, when we do get that government data, the JOLTS report saying, oh, we have all of these jobs available. Well, they're not all hiring. And, it is that pretty message for the shareholders that, we have to look behind the scenes to actually what's going on. But offshoring is the biggest problem that I'm seeing right now. Companies are going to do the H-1B while it's available, obviously. And that 100,000 is negotiable. Let's remember that. It's also not a law. It's a presidential proclamation. So it's not like this, hard and fast rule. So there's going to be a lot of things bypassed, it's still going to happen. It's still going to happen. And there's so many more visas out there that companies and the different body shops, which is what they're called for the H-1Bs that are, bringing people in, whether they're the students coming in on OPT or whatnot, they are going to bypass. They're going to figure out other ways of doing this. And the one concern I do have is that companies that are worried about this right now that will push them to offshore even more. That may be a totally cheaper option. It's not going to be immediate. We aren't necessarily going to see that in the next like 5, 6 months, but over the next, 12 to 18 months, will we see more offshoring happen? Are we going to see more nearshoring happen? We are already seeing a lot of work go down to Mexico City. A lot of people are reporting that the offboarding, when they get laid off here in the United States, their offboarding is happening out of Mexico City. We have a lot more people that are actually starting to report that there are more companies shifting their work. So offshoring, nearshoring, that's the story. H-1B is the distraction. So it is a small percentage compared to what is going on globally.
And then, we've seen the Fed suddenly kind of shift this summer, and they're now worried about the labor market, or that, this summer kind of pushed that narrative more than maybe they're worried about inflation. So are they right to worry about the labor market right now? And, you seem to think the numbers are worse than what the BLS is saying. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and this isn't a political statement at all, but yeah, it's way too late to even be concerned. And you have to remember BLS and all the numbers that the government is putting out, those are lagging indicators. Those are what happened months ago. And, it's not the current situation. And so, when I look at workforce data, I'm always looking forward future. And I'm not saying the Fed is not looking at the forward future, but it sure as heck does not seem like they are looking at any kind of workforce data like I am. It is that survey-based information. I don't know why. I don't get it. But, there are things that they need to be looking at. And yes, am I worried about the labor market? Yes, I absolutely am. I've been saying this for the last couple of years. When you go back through all my history of everything, yes, I was that person that just sounded like, a crazy person saying, no, we are at this point. Even earlier this year, I was saying Q3, Q4, we need to watch out. This is where we're going to start seeing that major contraction. And here we are. So yes, whatever the Fed needs to do to deal with what's going on in the labor market, they do need to really jump on fast, because we've been at this for months, a year even. So, but, at the end of the day, whatever the Fed does, we also have to look at it in, I really wish, global governments would really look at what corporations are doing at the end of the day, because they can still have the impressive margins that they are reporting these days, but we can get a handle on the labor market, because I'm not really sure how this is going to translate in the next 18 months to 24 months with the way companies are dealing with this. If the labor market continues to contract like it is, companies are not going to be hiring, and we are seeing offshoring change. Even I mentioned, earlier, that is the big problem, but also we are having some of the outsourcing and offshoring companies already start to contract on their own workers and bring in that AI concept. It's just more, autonomous stuff. And so we have a lot of issues piling up rapidly. So it is right that, we are looking at the labor market. Specifically, the Fed really needs to jump on that fast.
Yeah.
Whatever they need to do, I'm not a policy person, but whatever they need to do, they need to do it.
Yeah, we have a couple minutes left, and I want to give Shai the final word, but I got to ask you about this internal Amazon.com 600,000 job cut memo floating around. What's the deal with that?
They've been dealing with the robots for years. This is not super surprising. 2 years ago they had 750,000 robots. In the last 2 years, they've increased it to 1 million. So now they're saying they're going to add in, replace 600,000 U.S. workers, which I found it interesting that they actually said the word U.S. American workers with the robots. So this is, again, something we are just going to keep seeing as companies are shifting so hard and so fast into AI and just kind of building this automation standpoint. Yes, nobody wants to work in a warehouse. I get that. I wouldn't want that job. But, we are seeing a big change in what companies are doing. And, at the end of the day, this will translate into other job loss, not just the warehouse workers. They are going to see other ways they can automate as soon as this happens. And we're going to see about 160, 180,000, I think they said, by like 2027.
Oh.
That's around the door. That is just right there. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So, Shai, any last minute thoughts for Amanda?
Well, yeah, I mean, at what point does this hit the economy? If we have nobody working, eventually the economy that seems like it's all great right now is going to falter a bit.
Yeah, it is. I think we have a short window to see some kind of changes. I was looking at Wipro's earnings last week, and what actually really surprised me, they're a big outsourcer for IT, and their unbilled receivables have increased 15%. And, that is worrying when you look at that from a tech standpoint, when tech is slower to pay. They're stretching out their payments. And I wouldn't consider it a major issue yet, other than the fact that Infosys and a couple other companies also have received that increase. So I'm watching what tech companies are doing, because that is going to be the big amount of jobs. That is the biggest hiring that we are seeing. So that is something we have to look at, especially going into the first half of next year. Is this going to keep increasing? What does that mean for tech companies? What does that mean for stock with the tech companies? If they are going to start struggling on paying for their outsourcing and offshoring, what are we going to do?
That's awesome. We're up against time, Amanda. It's so great meeting you. Appreciate all the great intel. We're going to go ahead and get your X handle into the chat so people could follow you online as well. But thank you for being here. Looking forward to talking to you again.
Thanks so much.
Shy. Where do you, I mean, this is on you, man.
She's
This is a
great, right?
great guest. You measure enthusiasm and expertise, and we got a 10 out of 10 on both categories here with Amanda. I can't wait to talk to her again.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good intel. So, I guess big takeaway is labor market is weaker than we even think that it is. So something to keep an eye on, particularly in the future, as she said, on how that may or may not affect the economy.
And BLS data sucks. I got that out of that.
Yeah, which, I kind of agree with. So, I mean,
Awesome, man. Well, Shai, thanks for this morning. Great talking to you as well. And I will catch up to you a little bit later on today.
sweet.
All right, it is time for Tape Talk. We have the man from Arizona. Farm, how are you doing, buddy?
Morning, Kangs. Morning, chat. How we doing?
Oh, man, pretty good. It was great meeting you this weekend.
That was good fun. I'm glad that they put together that get together, and looking forward to the next one for sure. Miss Chicago, so.
When you showed up, I felt completely underdressed.
Yeah, well, when you look like a cross between a fat Peter Dinklage and the Lucky Charms leprechaun, you kind of got to dress it up a little bit, right?
Oh man, you look great, man. That's what I have to say. You look great. It was a good time. So in any event, you know, today, right off the bat, second thing I looked at after I looked at gold was the equity markets, and we had a baby candle yesterday. We have a baby candle so far today on both the E-mini S&P and the Nasdaq. What are we waiting for, man? What's going on here?
Well, I have a little bit of a lean. We'll see. And so I'll start with NQ whenever we load my charts. But, and I will talk GC as well. We've got, we opened on Sunday, and we opened on that big rip. And, we've got now a bit of a penis character to the profile, right? I think that's the right derivational suffix, the state or quality of being a P.
We're breaking new ground here. I don't know.
Yeah. So you'll never forget how to play P-shaped profiles after today. So, we'll talk about that when we get into the charts. And I think,
whenever your charts are ready, by the way, I don't mean after, whenever your charts are ready, let Mission Control know. We'll pop them up.
Yeah, they're ready. Put them up there.
Okay.
Come on, guys. What are we doing? Yeah. So you see this long shaft here of the P, right? And then the glands up here. And so absent an upside break, right? Which the top of that, the tip of that is range high, right? I mean, it's basically the top of this multi-day box that we are in. So I'm characterizing this as a multi-day balance. Some might characterize the daily as one time framing higher, and I think that's fine. But basically, absent an upside break out of this consolidation.
But Farm, have we climaxed as far as price, the high?
Well, that's the problem. Absent an upside climax, then it's very likely that you'll need to mine the shaft. So that I think is what we're looking at today. And the nice thing is, if we just flip over to the daily real quick, looking at cash hours. So I'm always looking at cash hours, right? So I mean, even if we do get that P breakdown, and how far it comes would be the question. Yeah, that was a little bit extra I didn't plan on. If we just come down and form like, let's say, a 3-day internal balance, internal to all of this slop, then the decision is really made after that. And so that's the question today. Like, are we going to get an upside break with continuation, or are we going to get this P breakdown? So that, to me, that's what this is all about today. And the Qs are definitely a little closer, or seeming a little bit closer. But, effectively, the way to play a P, you can be long the bottom, you can be short the top. And then if it does break down, so I would say basically if we're offering yesterday's low broadly, then we do have that risk. And it has risk of coming all the way down, potentially to the Sunday night overnight low or Friday's high. I think major target, though, would be looking at Friday's open and low. So let's just say like low 115s, maybe. So to me, that's the question today. And it actually sets up an amazing setup into tomorrow, if it does, for me. Because again, I would see that as sort of a 3-day internal balance. I posted on Twitter a potential picture. I used SPX. But again, like if this candle just comes down here and it forms a nice little box sitting on top of, this mess here, all inside of this giant mess here, then the break of that 3-day range becomes important. So it's kind of a nice potential setup here. ES again is a lot stronger. And the interesting thing, one of the things that's keeping me from being too bearish, I'm not bearish. I mean, price is reasonably constructive. But I mean, I will say I'm likely to lean on the short side today, mostly because like I have swing longs on, and I added some light hedges yesterday. But like when we're top of range, I'd rather be leaning to the short side in case we do get that downside break. I at least don't feel like an asshole being max long into that, right? So I would have some short exposure. Again, like ES is a lot stronger. The biggest thing that's keeping me from being like too bearish, and like it's not even bearish if we come down and break down the P, like it's still not that bad. It's just chop inside this big range. ES did not even touch the single prints from Monday or whatever yesterday. It came down, it held the 57 to 60 weekly level that I've got. So it did not touch those. So like to me, the best setup is actually a long on ES today. In terms of setups.
So interestingly enough, I'm looking at a contract volume profile ever since I don't know, the 15th of September, the rollover. And there's a little volume note here that kind of surprised me. That's around 67.78, give or take a few ticks right there. And that's kind of right where we're at right now. And I'm wondering if this is going to be sticky for a longer period of time, at least until, I don't know, some data comes out or something happens, or we get that target down here. There's the point of control, looking at that time frame, is still 67.10. So I mean, I'm looking. Is that gap? Do you feel like that volume gap is going to fill in, or are we just stuck up here at the top?
Yeah. So I mean, so if we do get the P breakdown like on ES, that's the thing, right? So there's a low volume node sitting basically right here on that chart that you're referring to. It's a composite profile from this contract, right? So we do have a high volume node basically up here where we're at that is forming. And so it could be part of a sort of a multi-distribution to the upside composite profile, right? If we break to the upside, we're like, oh yeah, that's what it was, right? If we break this to the downside, we sort of dip into the LVMs, where this 41-44 spot is critical. I think I mentioned it yesterday. But yeah, I mean, if we do get a full break, let's say today's red, let's say, and we form that sort of 3-day balance and then break that to the downside, then, I think you're just looking at that volume point of control for that composite profile, which again is like 50 or 67, 57.10. That'd be nice. 67.10-ish on ES. But yeah, like to me, the best setup today, like in terms of like my style of trading, is actually a failed push through yesterday's low on ES as a long, right? So you dip into the singles. And again, the singles actually, this is my weekly level, 57 to 60. The singles are actually like 54.75 to 58.5, something like that. Some demand sitting below. NQ basically did the same thing yesterday. It filled out those singles. And we talked about it yesterday being structurally a little bit weaker than ES. So it came down a little bit lower. NQ basically just came down to that, that next spot lower, right? The 210, 219 spot. So with tech earnings, I think you'll see a lot of this where like one day NQ will be relatively weak. And then the next day, maybe it'll be relatively strong, just depending on how earnings go. But to me, like I'm probably going to try to pick on NQ just a little bit since I'm otherwise long. Really all we've done, I mean, you look at this overnight move, like it was perfectly technical. Really, we got that news out of Japan that they're going to like, I don't know, what was like 13.9 trillion stimulus, which translates to like 69 US, whatever. I mean, it's not even that much, but we did this silly pump, but like it was perfectly technical. If you look at it, I mean, we basically held the bottom of the P. So like, if you're not covering some shorts there, then like, I don't know what to tell you. You kind of deserve to get a little bit of this, right? And we just came up to, the upper edge of where that profile is developing. That was then offered and we sold back to the bottom, right? So that's basically how you can play, a P, or a lowercase b would be the opposite, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can, you can be short the top, long the bottom, and then mindful of a break, right? So to me, that's what today is all about. Absent an upside break, we do risk coming in and breaking this to the downside. So that's kind of like my big picture and where I'm at. Like I'm not bearish, and actually my best setup is a long on ES today. I would love to see that. It's not behaving because it's rallying right now. I'll probably lean short on NQ if given the opportunity today, ideally up at range high, because the nice thing is if you can get some in here, up towards the top, right, and ride it back towards the bottom, and then it does break, then your runners just kind of explode.
Yeah.
You get a few hundred handles or whatever on runners. That's never bad.
Yeah, and last night Netflix did not even move the needle. I mean, it was Leo stuck with us late, did not move the needle.
Yeah. I mean, it was bad. So like when markets are bullish, generally what you'll see, right? So let's say Netflix shits the bed. Then I would look at the rest of, big tech and see if there's rotation within big tech. If not that, then I'm looking to see if like the Dow names start to get bid and ES remains constructive. So those are some of the things that I'm looking at. But I pulled up my GC chart. I haven't put levels on here, but I have them. Basically, this low is at an absolutely massive spot. And if I look left, you can kind of see why. So I'm marking it as 40.15 to 40.20. I know everybody and their mom's trading GC right now, so I figured I'd spit a few levels here. That's key because to me, it sort of keeps price out of the meat of this trailing week distribution here. And so, if we get a failed push through that low, basically into this high volume node that reclaims this low, I think that actually looks good. Potentially for a bit of a long. We came up overnight and failed these single prints from yesterday. That was an absolutely beautiful short. If you happen to be awake, which of course nobody was, the Euros just stole everything last night like they tend to do.
Oh, but wait a second. Everybody was up. I mean, overnight, we did over 700,000 contracts in the micro. Wait a second, gold. Yeah, 700 and now it's at 736,000 in the micro, 262,000 in the classic. So there's some folks that caught it, man.
Yeah, the Euros definitely had fun last night. I think reclaiming, right? You're going to want to reclaim the body of this distribution, which actually we're sitting in here. But I would say like 4,100, 4,110 reclaims would be key. I think I would love to see this push through this low one more time and fail. And it gets interesting because like we are at a 10% pullback, right? So it's been a decent pullback. So I would not mind that failed push through that comes into that trailing week high volume node and maybe just sort of kicks back out. But I mean, if it does, if we are offering like 40.15s, then I mean, I don't see why we don't come down to 39.50s. So that's kind of what I'm looking at for gold. But again, like I think a 4,100, 4,110 reclaim probably comes back up and tests like this overnight high and starts to look pretty good now that these singles have been partially filled anyway. So that's where I'm at with GC anyways.
Yeah, no, we talked about this morning. I mean, keep an eye on that open interest. Every day that open interest is losing 4,000, 3,000, 3,000, 3,000 contracts. There's liquidations going on here. I've got a target down pretty close to what you just mentioned, 39.41 on gold. So
yeah, I think that works. And, I'm ultimately bullish on gold, like medium term. I do feel like this was a much needed rinsing And we've talked about this, I don't know how many times, right? Liquidations of longs strengthen the market. I mean, this market got massively, massively long. And so this is a fantastic rinsing of that inventory. Maybe it's done. Maybe this, 40-15, 40-20, huge spot. Maybe that's it. But this was very, very healthy. Even if it's another like 5% down, I think it's ultimately going to be a buy the dip situation. You're just going to have to be a little bit more cautious. To me, I think it needs to kind of start to firm up here just a little bit, and it probably ends up being a long. So I think big day today on equities though. Downside makes it fun for tomorrow. It opens ranges. It offers better setups, but like maybe we just chop in this bullshit for another day, which of course would suck. So just know that whenever I walk away from the desk today, that's when the fun starts happening. So I'm going to, put me on notice and I'll let you know, because it's yesterday. That's exactly what happened. Walk away from the desk and you get a big, big move. Think the same thing's going to happen today. I got to miss it, buddy. That's just the rules. I don't make them.
Yeah. By the way, note to Shab. Shab, we're light green maybe on that. Inside joke, everybody, but we're not yellow. In any event, Farm, awesome talking to you as usual. Appreciate all your great insight, and we're going to talk again tomorrow morning, I think.
All right. Yeah, that's right. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, man. Have a great day. It is time to trade the open with two of my favorites. Well, they're all my favorites, but I could say two of my favorites. We have Kane, Trader Kane's coming in with us, and Stowe is going to be trading the open right now. Let's do it. All right. Well, welcome to our non-family edition of NinjaTrader Live. Appreciate you guys being here.
I was killing myself behind the scenes. It was hilarious.
Yep.
Oh my God. Well, Farms, one thing I learned this weekend is Farms got a great sense of humor.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was dying.
I
Anyway,
sat next to him at dinner, and it was it was not. I mean, the guy's got jokes the whole time. It was amazing. It was a master class. And then today too, I was like, "Yep, this is farm. It's beautiful."
yeah. Well, by the way, it's great meeting you guys. That was a fantastic event, but I just enjoyed meeting you guys. It was we had a really good time, and you guys are two cool cats, man.
No question. It was good. It was
Yeah,
good fun.
likewise, Jim.
Yeah, there we have it. Anyway, and Deli knows how to put on a party, by the way.
Yep.
We should use our combined force to do this just kind of talk them into it every quarter. This should be a quarterly event, not an annual event.
Well, I think we bugged Shab enough about Vegas like every 10 minutes. So
Yeah.
it's got to be where we're headed next, right?
Yeah. It looks like you guys are both traveling. Stowe, where are you at?
I am back in Florida again. I'm in Orlando today. So I got that going for me. Where are you at, Kane? I thought you'd be home. I thought you were home today.
I leave Miami today, so literally as soon as this stream ends, I'm gonna jet to the airport more or less. So yeah, didn't think I was gonna make it, but I was gonna have to check out of here early and all this stuff, but we made it work. So we're here.
You've got better artwork than I have.
Yeah, it's definitely not mine though. This would never feature in my house, that's for sure. But there's some cool artwork in this place, but it's just a little bit Airbnb, you know.
Man. All right. So yesterday we kind of had a tight range yesterday. Today so far, tight range. I don't know why. I don't know if it's no economic news or what's going on here. What do you guys expect? Let's start with you, Stowe. What do you expect for today?
Well, let me get the big guy out. So I can try. Kevin's talking to me.
Stowe's getting inline instructions from Kevin right now.
So we're kind of at the top of this. We're trying to pierce into this monthly +1 standard deviation, and on ES, we've made this big node up here. It's holding this 60 spot. Farm talked about that a little bit too. Yeah, this is. If we can't get up in here, I'm struggling to want to buy this. However, when we flip over to NQ, it is partying. it is well inside of this, well inside of its upper monthly standard deviation band. So I'm kind of going to lean on NQ. It looks like it's a little cleaner right now. So above the 200s, I'm going to try to stay long the indices today. But if we can't, I mean, if we get on the other side of 60, there's a lot to retrace back here. Yeah, so I'm kind of cautious today. It doesn't seem, yeah, it's not, ES is not playing as nice as NQ is for me, so that's why I'm a little cautious. They're diverging slightly on the monthly higher time frame stuff for me, but I don't know. Maybe YM is in its feelings or something today. I haven't looked at the Dow, so I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But
How
yeah,
about you, Kane? Kane, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's really hard to argue that it's not a range up here. We're just distributing either side, and it's getting a little bit tighter. We're making higher highs, lower highs, higher lows. So it's getting pretty tight here. I would favor some sort of fake out to the downside, reclaim, and then long. Ultimately, that's what I would favor. If if we push higher, I naturally would look to fade it. Um, but ultimately, for me, I'm just going to play this as a range until we either break out and I can play either some acceptance or some, I guess, deviation outside of it and reclaim back in. Um, but yeah, yesterday for me, I said this on Twitter, that last night, I actually was really fucking bad trade yesterday. I wanted to get long off of this low and basically got long way too early and got stopped out and then it ran. And it was a right idea, just really bad like execution for me. And today I'm just going to be super patient because that was the one thing that killed me yesterday was my patience. Traveling, was kind of rushing it, wanting to get it done, paid the price for it. So it's gonna be a bit of a slow one for me, and also considering it's getting a lot tighter up here. And the complete lack of economic data for probably the best part of 10 days isn't helping. I think the market's kind of just
Right.
desperate for something. So I don't know. Right now I'm not favoring anything, but I'll just fade extremes as always, really.
Okay, so your bias is neutral. You're going to go with the swings, whatever the direction is.
Pretty much, yeah. I'll wait for it to trade into some POI and then look for some, fading of those extremes back inside, really.
And MW in the chat, we'll go ahead and we'll cut and paste Kane's X in the chat in a minute. I'm sorry, go ahead, Still, I cut you off.
No, Kane, I wouldn't be too crazy hard on yourself. Yesterday was kind of a pain in the ass. I mean, it was broadening. It faked out all trend things. If I hadn't have been just messing around in an airport all day, I probably would have gotten chopped to bits in that thing too. So yeah,
Yeah. I didn't
yesterday was messy.
the
So
harsh
so
part.
st
Sorry, Jim. The harsh part
no,
about it was I didn't get chopped to bits. I just didn't take the one trade I wanted to. I planned it out in the morning, wanted it, waited like was gonna wait for it, and then everything before it, I was like, this is it, this is it. And in hindsight, it was not. So um yeah, it was just an observation and really just keynotes coming into the day are just need to be way more patient.
by the
Cool.
way, T Trades is in the chat. T Trades is my pickleball partner, by the way. He has taught me everything I know, and he's made me the pickleball player that I am today. Thank you for that, T Trades.
He's right here next to me. So yeah.
Nice, nice.
Oh, that's awesome, man. Well, it's nice meeting him. Tell him I love meeting him too. Appreciate him being there.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Yes, we got the private face reveal. I feel very blessed. Um, and I think I have to spill the beans that T Trace is a pretty good looking dude. I don't know what he's been hiding behind this entire time.
Yeah, he is good looking dude. Don't know why he hasn't
Right?
face revealed, right, P?
Right?
No,
It's coming,
yeah.
I think. We'll get him. We'll get
Yeah,
him.
all three of you guys are. So I'm gonna be. He is for sure, but all three of you guys are. All right. Any other comments for the non-family friendly portion of the show today?
Yeah, that really took me by surprise, Jim.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
he's the best. He's the best. Well, in any event, guys, thank you for doing this. I know you're traveling. It's kind of wonky doing it out of hotel rooms or wherever you guys are at right now, but really
No,
appreciate
I
you
love
stepping
it.
up, putting it on the line. Maybe if you see a live trade, I'm going to wish you guys the best of luck today. I'm going to dip over in the chat and keep it rolling, guys.
Appreciate you,
Sounds
Jim.
good. Thanks, Jim.
Speak to you then. Mr.
Mr.
Stowe.
Kane. Good morning, my friend.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing good.
That's good. I'm so
Yep.
ready to leave America and go home.
Have you had
Yeah,
enough?
yeah, I have. Yeah. The Miami weather's nice, but like the heat's killing me. I keep getting bitten to absolute fucking smithereens, and I'm fed up with it now. I want my routine back. I want my setup back. I wanna be able to do what I want when I want, you know. Yeah, yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
I'm just ready to go home. I need to pack still. I was supposed to pack last night. We went out for dinner and I got a food coma and I I fell asleep instantly the moment I got home. So as soon as this ends, I need to rush to pack so we can check out and dip.
That's cool. No, I feel the same way. When I spend too much time in the wrong climate, I'm the same thing. And my part of the world, and your part of the world right now is doing cool stuff because it's fall. And autumn is my favorite. That's my jam. So I'm down in Florida for my hoodie weather time. So that's a bummer. I'm gonna go back. Typically, I always come to Florida around this time of year to play these specific shows. And then as soon as we go back, it's like that's when winter really kicks in back there. So not looking forward to that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just I don't know what it is about like the weather here is just so polarizing. One minute it's amazing, the next it rains, and then it's humid, and then it goes back to being amazing. It's like stuck in this cycle. And as Shab will love, I do just love the gloomy UK a little bit, you know. It rains
Oh yeah.
consistently, it's a bit cloudy, you know what you're getting every day, you know, you're dressed for the occasion. So yeah,
Yep.
it's good. It's good, it's good. Chat, how are we? How is everyone?
Yes. Good morning, Jack. Good morning. Good morning.
So, Stowe, let me ask you, if you're on
Yeah.
now, who's on after you? After, are you doing a longer stint?
No, XY is coming in.
Oh, damn. Okay, so we need to steal all the likes from XY today.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
That reminds me, chat, hit the like button. We're already at 152,000 subscribers. We were at that 150 wall of resistance for a while, and we seem to be blasting through it.
Yeah, I assumed that was going to happen. We were going to pick up that momentum, and that's awesome to see. And I thought, like, when I did the Arena Cup thing on Monday, I felt like the chat was partying that day. I didn't have time to look at the views or anything because I was in trading insane mode, but I felt like that was a big day. Like everybody was tuned in all day. That was awesome.
Yeah.
Jade got me though, Kane. Jade got me. Oh, so pissed. Still pissed about this.
Yeah, I imagine it would have been a much different day if it was the day after. Um, I think a lot of
Oh
people
yeah.
made, I think a lot of people made a lot of money on gold, just long in gold and holding it all day, which I guess was the tactic all along. But um, yeah, I've made my tactic pretty clear. I'm gonna get long everything at the open, and if everything doesn't go up, then we'll flip short everything. We're just playing a weak dollar. That's all we're playing.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, the that Jade got a really good. I went back over the day to try to figure out if there was any way I could have anything else I could have made out of that, and I don't think so because I
No.
didn't touch 6E, and because I don't know, I didn't know what the hell that even was. And when I tried to do my homework on it. Even then, I was like, I don't know what this thing's doing. Uh, but he got a crazy short and just held it. So he had an edge on the euro a little bit. Plus, he's also a good trader. But
Oh
anybody that
yeah.
made $1,000 with like I don't know max 7 micros, that's an insane day.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great day. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, like, what was I think the person at the top of the leaderboard is over 2,000, right? I think.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's
I,
phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely phenomenal. I mean,
It's okay.
I noticed that I tuned in this early in the morning looking at the leaderboard and someone was up like 30 bands. I was like, how is this even possible? And then I realized that they got removed. So they obviously broke
Yep.
they cheated somewhere. But I was like, geez, how has this happened?
There's always some schemers and scammers floating around in this
Yeah,
world.
no, always. But yeah, it's good. I think I'm excited for our qualifier. It will be fun. I'm just
Are
gonna
you round two? Are you
I'm
next
out.
Monday?
I'm next Monday. Yeah, I'm just gonna
Sick.
give everyone really bad advice the whole session. I'm just gonna my tactics though is just to put everyone off. I'm just gonna pepper everyone the whole stream.
Well, I didn't know. I'd never met Lumi or Salma, and they were Lumi was given like a lot of really good advice, and I was like, I can't trust a single word this lady's saying to me right now. I know I just met her, but
Yeah, no, I'm gonna put everyone off. I'm gonna be like, you sure you really want to along there? That looks really bad. All whilst I'm absolutely smacking the bid.
that's fun. Actually, Kane, yeah, Phoenix is right. You might like San Francisco. You ever been to San Francisco?
I've only ever been to San Francisco for like maybe like 6, 7 hours. I had a layover there, and they let us out of the airport. So
Oh, cool.
I went and did a few things. Went and walked the hills, saw the bridge,
You'd
and went back.
you'd actually love the Pacific Northwest too. Yeah. We got a lot of things in common between like where Pittsburgh is and where the UK is. Yep, for
The only
sure.
thing about the UK is like the summers aren't too hot, and you get like the odd really hot day where everyone just goes out and does, goes to the beach, does whatever, and goes sits in beer gardens. But like most of the time, the weather's pretty mid, so it's like not no extreme. And when it rains, yeah, it rains for a little while, but it's like it's doable, like we've grown up with it. So it's like we've grown up with the rain. Well, like if I go and sit outside right now, even in the shade, after like 20 minutes, I'm like, feel like I'm fucking dehydrated. I'm drying out. Like, what? Geez, how do people live here? I know that's
Yeah.
extreme, but um, yeah, I couldn't live here all the time, all year round. I don't think so. So,
No. I mean, just the amount of lizards that are down here. It's crazy.
oh my Lord, we have a giant lizard in our back garden, and the other day I went out there and he was just chilling on the grass, and I didn't see him. Walked close to him, he just started running away from me. He scared the life out of me. Yeah, it was an iguana. Yeah, it was
Did he do
iguana.
the crazy lizard run?
Fuck, it was manic. All I heard was something running, and I just couldn't see it because he was kind of blending in. And then all of a sudden, he was running, and I could see him. I was like, "Jeez, I'm going back indoors." Yeah, yeah, it like completely caught me off guard. Since then, I've been like, every time I go out, I'm like looking for them. There's so many of them. But yeah, no,
That's so funny.
I do like Miami and Florida in general, but I don't know, maybe more chilled vibes, going to the beach more, getting in the water more, those sorts of things. We've just been locked in.
Lido says they're friendly. The iguanas are nice. So
They are.
I don't know. I'm not getting near a lizard
Oh,
personally. That's just me.
yeah, me neither. They are an invasive species. What does that mean? They just invade everywhere? Because like they just like there's like 4 or 5 palm trees in the garden. They're just chilling on them all day. And then every so often they come down and bench around the garden when we're not out there for too long.
It doesn't sound invasive. It sounds like they're just relaxing.
Yeah.
Tea trees.
You watch me
Kane,
kill one with my bare hands.
did you
No,
kill
I
a
did not
lizard?
kill. No, I didn't kill any. I'm not touching them. No way. No. Yeah, no thanks. Nothing's really happening pre-market here. We might just
Nope.
absolutely rip at the open. Things aren't pointing that way right now.
2273. I gotta figure out my line in sand. This is ES is just not like it's in the spot where I want to be bullish from, but that spot is also at the top of this profile, so this sucks. Whenever this happens, I'm just like, okay. We haven't quite got back to this 805. I wanted to get I mean, that's where we really liquidated from on the 11th.
This was the
With
tariff
that,
thing, right?
yeah, this is that
Yeah.
massive sell-off. And there was a big seller up there for like, I don't know, 3 days.
Well, he knew
So
something
I
we
would,
didn't. That's for sure.
yeah, I do. And that is the one little, I try to stay out of the mystery of and the they thing. But when I see like a big seller absorbing all day somewhere and then something insane happens, I do put my tinfoil hat on sometimes, and I'm like,
Oh
was
yeah,
that was that Eric? Was that Eric up there selling all those lots?
yeah. Yeah, there's been too many situations where there's been large sellers right before big bearish events,
Yep.
even more so recently. But in crypto, it's been crazy as well. Been nuts.
That's why I think about when I think about order flow like people are always like they can get you get the squawk service and you get all that stuff. I kind of feel like I'd see just watching order flow. I kind of feel like I see all that stuff happening when it's happening, and doesn't matter what the news is, but like when it comes in and the tape changes, it's like okay,
Yeah.
something happened. Doesn't matter what it is, but like get in or get out of the way.
Yeah, I normally just get out of the way unless I'm in.
Yeah,
Like I'm never one to get in when something starts to move pretty big. I'm either in or I'm out.
but your
Uh,
team did sell. Your team is short. Like they sold right out the gate today, huh? Right at 320. Yeah.
um, yeah. I mean that 3 o'clock open kind of just sold straight down, and it's just been going down since really. Um,
Yep.
I I actually, this is going to sound insane, but during Asia last night, I actually was like framing longs off of this low with the boys. Um,
Oh,
yeah, we didn't really take much because it's kind of no man's land at that time. But
I
um,
believe you once tweeted that Asia is a gambler's paradise and you cannot be convinced otherwise. So this is a
oh
little
yeah,
spicy
no,
to
no,
hear.
I'm fully married to that bias. Like
Okay, cool.
I would never put real money on the line during Asia's session because the truth of the matter is okay, yeah, you might get lucky the odd time here and there, but like there's so little liquidity that if someone with a lot of money comes in, hey, you're just kind of fucked. That guy's
Oh, you're
gonna bu
toast. Yes.
that guy's gonna bully you until you have no money left. Um,
Some guys asked me a very interesting question in the chat. Said, Stowe, can you please send a hello to my son Samuel Ramos? Sure. If that's a real request, absolutely. I'll say hi to Samuel Ramos. Hello. Do you want my cell phone number? We can text if you want. That's what we should do, Kane. Do you want to start doing cameos? We could do that.
yeah,
Side gig, start doing cameos.
yeah, we can.
Hi, it's me.
How much are we gonna
So,
charge?
I don't know. We're gonna have to let the market dictate that.
Hmm. We need to set a feast though.
I'll let you be in charge of that. You're better at picking prices
Okay,
than me
fine. It's
for
$1
stuff
million
like
an hour.
that. All right. Yep. There we go. I was
Yeah.
gonna say 20 bucks. Kane says $1 million. You see where that's why I'm not very good at business, folks. 100 bucks for 30 seconds? That's a good rate. Yes, so Eduardo, you're welcome for saying hi to your son, and I'll send you my cash out. Kane, do you have any thoughts on gold? Because I don't have that chart on my laptop, nor
Uh,
have I looked at it since Monday.
do I have any thoughts on gold? It went really well. Asia absolutely hated it. They sold it off like 1.5%. Then they bought it all the way back. And then London were like, nah, we really hate it and sent it all the way back down. And now we're starting to buy back up. So I would guess, based on yesterday's price action and the fact that there seems to be some sort of daily top on gold, at least interim. I would guess that we probably will rebalance into like 4 100s, 410s,
Okay.
and then fall off maybe sub 4K. I think it's absolute lunacy that gold was up $200 like the last couple of days. Like it's just rallying $100, and then we get a huge sell-off. So I don't know. Maybe we spike the high. I think, we're Wednesday, so what I always like to ask myself is if we're Wednesday right now, where would I really like this candle to finish? Well, look out the weekly high. It'd be nice to go to the weekly low, and I think at that point your weekly range is kind of done.
Look at
So
that wick. Holy moly.
yeah,
That's disgusting if it finishes out
it's
like
like
that.
it's $150 wick on gold. It's kind of nuts.
Yeah,
So yeah,
that's gnarly.
and also I think that like everyone and their grandmother started trading gold recently.
Yes,
Um,
yeah.
and I just think that that is the recipe for disaster that I think a lot of the markets need to induce everyone into a super bullish market, get everyone super bullish, and then to sell the absolute pants out of it and ruin
Yep.
everyone.
Yep. And then they grab the corner of the rug and then they yank on it
Yeah.
fast.
Yeah.
I think I saw what was the gold thing that made me feel that way? I saw some news thing where it was like lines are around the block, people selling their gold. I was like, okay, yep, this is it.
I actually don't think that those lines, I think that in New York for a lot of people are people buying gold, believe it or not.
Oh my God. Okay,
Yeah.
even worse.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw a tweet from a guy I follow, and I messaged him, was like, is everyone just selling? He was like, no, bro, that queue was for buying.
Oh God.
So
So they
yeah, so it's
bought
like,
physical gold at the top.
yeah, I mean, like Pac said, I don't think there's never really a bad time to buy gold. I just don't want to be a buyer of gold at the top. I don't personally. I would rather buy when it's a really bad time to buy, i.e., no one wants to buy it. That's when I'm gonna buy it. But yeah, I'm not a massive physical metals guy. I'd rather just invest my money in the electronic product and not carry the physical product somewhere.
Yeah. I would actually, I'm kind of intrigued to have a big piece of gold. I would do that. The only gold I own right now, but my wife wears around, so I don't really have much to do with it aside aside from I don't know, insuring it, but it'd be cool to have like a nice brick of gold. Wouldn't that be cool? I don't know. Maybe someday.
It would
Give
be
it to my
cool
kid,
until you
she'll
lose
lose it.
it. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly. Yeah. That would be the annoying thing, actually.
Oh, Shaggy's got a question. Oh, there's some questions. Sorry, Chad. Um, Shaggy, where's a good place to learn volume profile? We have some stuff on paintingthetape.net that's for free. You can go there. There's some volume profile stuff. There will be more up there after this weekend. I think the website's getting a little overhaul from someone that knows what they're doing, so that's cool. Um, there's also a website called, God damn it. It's called Trading Riot, and there's a free blog. That's where I actually learned a lot about volume profile and auction market theory for the first time. And yeah, it's free. You can go there, and there's some great, really concise articles about volume profile. So, hey, Salma's hanging. Hey guys. Hey, Sarah too. Good morning. Good
So, and
morning.
Salma, good morning. How often do I get stopped out on a trading day on average? It really depends. Like some days I can trade like 3, 4 times a day. I'll get stopped out once, twice on average. Like my win rate's not super high. It's like 40 to 60% depending on the week or the month. I can have good week. I
Yeah,
can have good
you
months at
always
40%, and I can have good months at 60%, and I can have a bad month in the middle. It's really dependent.
you tend to smash like at least 3R though every time you're hitting that though.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
what
just
I've
flat to
noticed about your
flat. So
trades.
like my expected like value all of the time is kind of the same. I don't really scale out or scale in. I'm just in out, in out, in out.
Yeah,
So yeah. No Leo today? No. No Leo today.
I'm Leo today, frankly. Enjoy. You stuck with me.
Chat don't like change. Oh no, it's Khan. Morning, Khan. How are you? That man dude I was reading man dude's comment. That wasn't my comment.
Hey, morning, Con. Con only hangs with you. He's never in my streams anymore.
He hasn't been in my streams for a while either. Um,
Walmart, Leo, bite your tongue, Ralph. Also, good
yeah.
morning. Good morning, Ralph. I'm good, Con. I'm good.
Is a 24-hour view, is a 24 VWAP a rolling VWAP over 24 days or intraday over the last 24 bars? It's neither. It's the 24-hour VWAP, which means it's the VWAP that from the open, like the daily open, from ETH. Right, Stowe?
Yes. Yes, that is the open from Globex Open.
So 6 p.m. So it would be where's my anchored VWAP tool? I should know. This would be the 24-hour VWAP. Just dancing with it all day. Are you in the
Yeah,
States
Con,
or go on,
I
sorry.
don't have my cool mic on. Oh, the open. Cool. All right, let's party.
I'm in the States right now. Yeah, I'm in Miami right now. I leave this afternoon.
It's right there. Watching Q. Q needs 214.
You normally wait like 15 minutes, right?
Yeah, at least. I mean, unless something crazy happens, yeah. Um,
We just sell off 1,000 points. God, I'd love that. Just keep me out of the market all day.
I mean, it's a pretty gnarly opening drive down so far, but
Yeah, both of them selling off straight away makes spikes the high, and then well, didn't really spike the high, but made the high in the opening range, as Pax would say, and
yeah.
then and now spiking lower.
So this is kind of where I'm looking for NQ to bounce was right there, that 214.
Yeah,
And a big buyer just came in. So
I would
this is the bottom of that. Okay.
I would welcome 180.
You're definitely pushing. The one thing I really miss the dawn when I'm traveling. Hey, Flight here. Good morning, brother. Good morning, good morning. Buyer coming in there too. Man, it's been so weird not having any news.
Right? Yeah, it actually has
Yeah.
been weird not having any news. It's And the thing is I still look at the calendar, and then when it gets to the news event, and I'm like, oh yeah, shit, the government's not there. No news, no data.
Okay, passive seller on NQ at 230 so far. Okay.
Already down 70 points. Oh, nice drive so far.
NQ's got to hit this overnight low. If it doesn't, that's going to be disgusting.
Oh, it's going to be horrible, yeah.
Just go get it. Come on, quickly.
Spike through it into 180s, and we can all get along together.
Yes. Eh. I mean, since this is the not family show, I should just buy 69 for the lulz. Let me pull up this big chart again. Man, yeah, this is, boy, there's like thin air down here between if we lose this 200 spot. down to, I guess, one. Yeah. There you go, Kane.
Yeah,
Comes your
190s.
180.
I want 182 to be specific, but
182?
yeah,
I like that. Previous week high-ish.
ish, yeah.
This is the bottom of the this is the weekly -1 on NQ right here, and it is starting to push right into it.
The only bad news is now is that I can't long this off this 5 minute 100 point candle lower.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
That would it's a knife.
Yeah, it's a knife and a half. Yeah, we've got to really be patient here.
Are they Tracy says we're rotating into the Russell. Is that true? Is
Not
Deli sitting
me.
somewhere along the Russell right now?
Oh, he's for sure along the Russells always.
He loves it. The man loves the Russell. All right.
Tracy, Mom, the meatloaf.
Okay. Here comes ES trying to take out its overnight low. Yeah, this is pretty aggressive. Okay, there's overnight low. Q180s. Kane, what candle do you need to close here so you can lean on it?
Jeez, I'd need like I'm probably not going to be able to touch this till 10 at this point.
Okay.
I mean, I'd because for me, I would need this to like close back above like 210s. But even then, like that's like because I would have to really get back. I like to be a position around the extremes or at least playing my stop from the extremes. So
Right.
for me to play above 210s, I then need a
Oh,
fuck
whoops.
or 40 point stop. Nah, I'm good. Thanks. Thank you, but no thank you.
Oh
So
man, watch that execution so hard.
I'd probably need to see like a drive, another push lower, and then something like this. And then I get long off of that low. So it'd be like 150s. And then did ES take out its overnight low? Yeah. Yeah, it just took it out. So stars are aligning. They're not looking too hot.
Nope. Doo-doo-doo. What's our edge, Jim?
Along the Russell, it says. What? That's crazy. What's YM doing? Oh, it's also Shane the bed.
Everybody's sold off right out the gate.
Seems that way. Gold buying back off of that 4 hour hourly low, back up into like 50% of this distribution.
NQ fighting 200 here. Can you get back in, homie? You gonna let him pass? No, not looking great.
182 was pretty good level to be a buyer.
Yes. But we're kicking off this. Now we got the 60. Whoa. Whoa. Yes, just
What
did
they
a
doing?
wiggle. Oh
Yeah.
no. Yeah, that was just somebody swept the book. This is where I miss having the Dom so much. But it looks like they got stuffed. We'll see.
I think ES is a better trade here, just from a risk perspective. I think this is nice.
I don't like that NQ is stuck below its overnight low.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is this 5 minute candle is just a lot to work through now. What did you do? How many did you buy originally?
Just two, but I screwed up my I had my I had my NQ order execution up for ES, so I'm screwing all this up right now. So I gotta just kill all these things and just put a manual stop in. All right. Sell stop market. Okay, cool. Yeah, I got filled like a dummy here at 67. That was terrible. I was trying to get in at 65. But I can't figure out how to map my hotkeys on my laptop. No matter what I do, it gives me a dumb error. So, Jim, if you're listening, I need some help. Okay, back into 214. Come on, baby.
It's flying now.
Come on, baby.
So how many did you buy originally?
Two lots.
Two, and then you're out one. Now you're in the
Yep.
last, yeah. I see. This is where I'm jealous though, because I would love to be able to just buy lows like this, like you said, like you did.
This is where yeah. So this is rejection here. I might just take this off. My rule is anything in the first 15, 30 minutes is try to keep it as
Keep it, take the money and run.
yes, but we'll see what NQ does here. This is also Leo's 5 minute OR mid, which
Oh, it's gonna be one of those days where the market moves where exactly I want it to go. It just does it far too quick and far too violently for me to be
you
present.
called the level to the actual point, man.
Yeah, I know.
That's a good spot.
I mean, it went to 170, but yeah, it was pretty close. But
Yeah,
10 points
yeah.
on NQ, it's kind of nuts. But
They are buying the hell out of this right now.
I can see that, Stowe. Thank you. Yeah,
Sorry.
thanks.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. You're in it. I'm currently
twist it.
Yeah. I know I can't buy lows like that. I'm not a guy that catches the knife like that. So yeah. I'm not sorry. I'm happy that listen, I love it when the market starts to move to levels and respect levels that I like and my model likes, right? Because guess what? My model is then starting to get on side, and I like that. Yeah, Khan, thank you. I know that's why. I know I can't buy lows naked because I don't get to, there was absorption at the low. I know there was. I can see that. But this is all hindsight information now.
I got flat. We're running up into this.
Open.
This guy's being a dick. This is often so I'm actually kind of on the opposite side of a good short setup here. So that's also why I got flat. This opening drive down, retrace to the +1. And when I saw this blue team come in here. So this is a passive seller that's still trying to hold this down. So I'm happy to take the points on that.
Yeah, no, it was a good trade, brother. It was good.
Thank you.
Pays for breakfast.
Yes, pays for breakfast.
On the 27th, I will nakedly buy lows like this. You can bet your bottom dollar. That is for sure. Something I will do. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'm not bearish on gold today, no. I think gold made its I think that low on gold is a good low, especially if it closes like this today. Because it's just that daily low. So actually for me, although there's a big drop, I would like to see gold reaccumulate back up to like these 250 level and then sell off again.
Still ripping.
So yeah. Jeez. I'm gonna be really sad today, boys and girls. Who We did catch that low in some capacity.
Might have to buy it back.
You don't have to buy it higher. Yeah, that's something you can do though, Stowe. You can buy it higher and sell them higher.
I'm just a psycho. There's nothing else to say about it. Alberto's in. Man Dude's in at 66. That's the spot. That's what I wanted, Man Dude. Nice work. Oh, Zachary Johnson filled the same level as me. Sorry for your loss. That that was a terrible fill. Oh, thanks, Shab. Shab's having a good time.
Shab's being nice. That's not necessarily a good sign. Firing us up for something. So
I got a feeling Farm's gonna get a you got a sec text after today, maybe.
Hey, you got a minute? I don't sound like that. That's exactly. I can hear her saying that. I can hear her saying that. You
Yep.
want it? You want it? Oh, we have a good time in Naples, eh? That was good. Good to get everyone together. Good to meet everyone in person.
Oh, that was the best. The thing that was so interesting about that is it's like, because I'd never met XY or Nick, and we've talked every day for like, I don't know, 2-3 years, maybe longer. And yeah, as soon as we were all in the room together, it was just like nothing that like no awkward, no need to like wait for introduction. It was just like straight to it. And same with you in Chicago, same thing. We're just like, we sat down, Pax and Deli were like, hey, what's up? And then we're like, did you guys trade today? And then just went.
XY hates trading away from his computer. I've learned that.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. XY needs the Dom. He doesn't need it, but
no,
his heart needs it. Yeah. So he'll be stoked today. Good. I'm glad Farm at least got some sort of text message.
Do I trade the DAX? I don't trade the DAX. I've literally never even looked at the DAX. A lot of people have told me like the DAX is pretty good at the Euro Open. But like I don't like I'm not the type of person that wants to trade like 50 markets. I don't need to. Like I see people online like as a good trader, you should be open to trading lots of different markets. Like there is 200 something trading days in the year. If I can't find good spots to get trades on one singular asset, 100 of those days, 150 of those days, then I probably just suck at this more than I think. And
I agree.
I don't need to go looking for easy money in other markets and whatever. Like, I'm going to be completely honest with you. That sounds like a lot of work, and I really don't need the money that much. So I'd rather just stick to the thing I know, stick to the thing that I can feel its heartbeat. I know that sounds cringe, but when NQ's moving off, I can definitely sense it. I couldn't sense if the DAX was moving off or if gold suddenly was trading a little bit weird. So no, I like to stick to what I know. What I know is NQ, and you can't really convince me. I mean, I don't even trade ES, Like I literally have never taken an ES trade in my life. So I just stick to one thing, what I know. And I would always recommend to people, like if you want to get good at trading, trade one asset, same time frame, same time every single day, and you'll naturally just get a feel for it over time, and you'll naturally get better at it because those two things correlate, right? You put a lot of time into something, you typically get good at it.
Yeah, I got into something with somebody on the internet about that. I have the exact same opinion. I'm like, there's plenty of money, like, and yeah, you call it heartbeat. It's like vibes. It's the same thing. You watch something every day for like 5 years, then you get to know when it wiggles, why it's wiggling, and you get the vibe. I don't need to all of a sudden learn crude. And
Yeah.
and I've done it. Like I've tried to switch into new markets, and it's not like occasionally getting lucky. Like I got lucky on that gold long yesterday because I just pressed the green button with no context because I was in the contest on
Oh
Monday.
yeah, yeah,
But
Monday,
but
yeah.
yeah, but yeah, there's no I can't put my own money in that thing and expect
No,
to know what the hell I'm up to. No.
no, yeah, exactly. No, no, I agree with you. Shab, yeah, I've literally never traded an ES product in my life other than ETF. I've obviously bought like the S&P 500 from like long-term holdings, but I've never intraday traded ES in my life. In fact,
Somebody in the what were you
sometimes I
saying?
have to ask people what the tick value on it is because I just forget.
Somebody in the chat said they're taking Leo's 5 minute OR mid short. That, just so you know, that hasn't
It's not
qualified.
valid. Yeah, it's not
No,
valid.
we're still inside the 5 minute opening range. Um, it's so funny. People like this is why alpha can't erode because even when you tell someone the literal exact way to trade a setup, they still don't figure out the qualifiers for it. So yeah, you have to build volume outside of the OR in some capacity, and then that's what validates that retest from the other
Yeah.
side.
I mean,
And we're still in,
we
yeah,
literally what spend 5 points outside of it for less than a second, less than a minute.
yeah.
Wouldn't really qualify. So typically Leo wants a 5 minute closure outside of the OR mid or just at least some volume because he doesn't use time as a chart. And then he will smack the mid for a short or a long. So if we, for example, if we broke up now and we closed like let's just say like we built volume at 280s and
Yeah.
then we pulled back into 220s, then Leo would look to buy that. That's like that would be his OR mid trade would be a long.
I like that we're back in this 214 though.
NQ is just saying, yeah, fuck you, ES. We're going higher.
Yes.
ES pulling
Yes, it
back.
is.
You were long ES as well, right? So it was a good cover.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, I personally have just found if, um, yeah, anything in the first 15 minutes, every time I try to get married to that, it's never good. It always comes back on me because it's just a choppy part of the day.
Yeah.
Let me see. ES is fighting to get back in here.
But NQ is finally breaking above its OR. That's crazy.
Tracy, did we rotate back out of the Russell back into tech? Was it a 5 minute? Was it a 5 minute rotation?
30
People
second
bought
rotation.
people bought small craps for 10 seconds. And they were like, wait a minute.
NQ's moving.
There's Bed Bath & Beyond in here. I don't want this anymore.
Man, I'm a little bit salty about this chat, to be honest with you. We're only up 100 points more or less from the 90 points from the level. Sucks to suck.
Tracy, you got to text me your address, remember. Don't forget. I got to send you records.
Bless you, T.
Kane, why does everybody always think that everyone's your brother? Are you in T-Trades brothers too?
We're all just good
You,
looking, mate. That's the problem.
that's it.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Okay, why did I put the OR on my chart? So I put the 30-second OR on my chart because I I use it as a bias indicator more often than not, right? So for me, I don't like to take trades off the OR, but I'll use it as a target. So for example, say we were a lot lower today, um, and it was like 100 points back to the OR. I would typically, or like the OR mid, like 30-second OR mid, I would typically use that as a target to get in. And if my target is above the OR, I use the OR low, the low of the 30-second opening range as like a protection. And as you see here, like NQ pulled back into 36.50 and like the low of the opening range was 35.25. So that was it's kind of like a push out of the opening range. To me, NQ's pretty bullish now. And this was just a fake out into basically running out all of this liquidity for since the 20th, so for the past 2 days, into 50% of a range, which you guys will know that 50% is my thing. And then 50% of this range, I just want to see it now redistribute into 50% of the overall range lower. Okay, this range has been efficiently delivered. Let me go to a high time frame, it'll be easier to see. This range has been efficiently delivered because we're chilling, and yesterday we kind of had these slopey highs. So for now, I would kind of be bullish most of the day into all-time high, which I don't really bull post too much. But yeah, fake out and then drive. And now everyone that was expecting some sort of death on NQ today is chasing their tail.
Still got that 304 to get over.
And
I'm not sold yet.
Yeah, the thing is like I looked at NQ yesterday when I was just reviewing the day, and I was like, I could also see us dying tomorrow. And then I'm like, who the fuck am I kidding? We're just going up. Like, why am I even saying this? So I just framed where would I like to get long from? And it was just this 82 level. And then yeah. Next
Nice trade. Nice trade flight here. Good job, bud.
What's the NAG 6? Is that just the NAG 7? Is there a NAG 7? No, MAG 7.
Mm.
Oh yeah, I know what the Mag 7 are, but I didn't know if Mag 7 was something else. But is Netflix in the Mag 7?
Yeah, isn't that weird? Isn't that silly?
Netflix can't be in there, can it?
I honestly I don't know.
No, it's not in there.
Okay, cool.
Apple, Microsoft, Google, Amazon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just the main ones.
Can you tell T's not allowed to talk on the stream unless he puts his face on there?
Can you hear him in the background?
Yeah, I did.
Oh.
T.
He's actually just laying down on the sofa right now. I know that voice. Yeah. It's a really funny story. We stole Dodgy's Lamborghini yesterday, 3 days ago. We drove 20 minutes, stole his Lambo, and then brought it down to Miami. The bad news, and I guess this is the karma, is we got a puncture. And then we had to get the Lambo picked up by Lamborghini Miami, and they were here just now.
Now he has to pay for a tire.
Yeah. So yeah, it's not the best weekend.
Oh no. I'm just out there this morning.
When we say we stole it, we had permission, so we didn't actually commit any crimes.
Okay.
Yeah, he was like, "You guys can go and take my Lamborghini if you wanted." Oh yeah, then we also took his G-Wagon.
Firmament, we'll have a new Painting the Tape episode. We're gonna record it next week, I believe. Kane, we gotta get you on there too.
Yeah, I know.
Figure out that time.
We need to lock in a time, because last time it was like, "Are you free in an hour?" I was like, "Yeah," and then no one else was free. So
Leo loves to do that. He loves to be like, "Are you free in like 30 seconds?"
yeah. It's good though.
Yep, that's how he rolls.
Am I trading the cup? I'm trading the cup on Monday, the qualifiers. If you want to know my top secret strategy, it's we're gonna play weak dollar all day. So AKA we're going to long everything all day, every day. I wish that NinjaTrader allowed me an unfair competitive advantage and allowed me to long Globex, but they're not. So yeah. If you haven't already registered, register. Do the opposite of what I say. Exactly. You should. I'm going to long so all of you can short and all of you can make real money because there's real money available for people that place high in the qualifiers. You should all do the opposite of me. I've been very vocal about the fact that I intend on doing pretty bad. Um, so yeah, I would welcome the fading, to be honest. And on the rarity that I absolutely crush it, I'll be sure to tell you all that you suck. Yeah, I will.
As you should. As you
Yeah,
should.
as I should.
The sun's coming out. This is good. Okay. Good job, Florida. I woke up this morning, it was raining. I was like, all right, that's rude.
You want to know
Can't-
something? We have a really nice view here. I showed you it, right? So we started recording video the other day, and
Yeah.
the moment we hit record, it thundered and then rained for 20 minutes. And then as soon as we stopped the video, like we finished it because we just carried it going through, it stopped raining and whatever. So I think that was a sign that the video should have not been that great. You finished top 250 in the last one. Not bad for only trading futures for 3 months. I think
Good
that's
job, Jacob.
I think that's better than not bad. I think that's great.
Yeah, that's insane.
Maybe it was just pouring with great info. Maybe.
Oh man, dude, yes. So, yeah, you're remembering the stream where I dropped my super secret alpha, which was a fake lie to try to get likes that day, and it worked. Um, but yeah, so I look at the previous 5 p.m. Um, plus minus one, and also the previous VWAP close itself, but only post a trend day. So, like for example, yesterday, not a trend day. So I don't have those levels on my chart on a day like that. It's only when the market is expanding in one direction or another do I find that those are really effective. I don't know why. I don't know why the hell that works or doesn't work, but that's that's when I look at those. So like today, they're not very useful.
The Starbucks order for top performance in the markets. This is a venti iced latte with 2 pumps of sugar-free caramel syrup.
Ooh, very nice,
But
very
this
fancy.
is a rarity because I'm just trying to get through the day. I would normally go for like a hot drink. I'm a flat white guy, to be honest, or a caramel latte from my local coffee shop. They just do it better than anyone I know. So, um, geez,
This
why
is
is everyone
just this is
go
just
on?
black. This is just black cold brew. Is it?
Yeah,
Straight nothing. Just black
yeah.
cold brew. That's my jam. I love it.
Everyone's roasting me today, like absolutely roasting me. Everyone's like, fade me, like I didn't call the level to the tick. Like, come on, what's going on? Like, yeah, I didn't take it,
Well,
but like,
it wasn't to the
geez,
tick. You had an 8 point drawdown on that level, so
if you
I
longed it
don't know
with
if we
your
can do
average
the
stop
tick.
loss, you would have been made money. There you go.
Yeah, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know anybody that's chilling with less than an 8 point stop loss in NQ. So
If you are, you're better than me, and just let me know. I'm happy to learn from you. You know, I would love to be able to fucking put like a 5 point stop on NQ. Calling a level and actual execution. Yeah, I don't just like to randomly get in the market. I like to wait. I trade at extremes, so it's like I trade the re-off for extremes. If this did this, I would have been in here.
oh, I had a really stupid idea last night, Kane. I'd love to share it with you.
Go on.
And Shab, if you're in the chat, check this out. What if we did something like so you want to be the next streamer boy? I just started watching this new show about all these country musicians that go on tour with Keith Urban. I was like, what if we did that with streamer boys? Or streamer girls, of course, but streamer boy
So
is the
so
joke.
we're preparing people to be streamers on the show live.
No, it's like a contest. So we
Okay.
get like We get like 20 folks that want to be streamer boys or girls, and then they get eliminated like it's a game show.
It's gonna be very quick. You all suck. Go home.
So there you go, Shab. There's my stupid idea that might be very good. You can have it unless it's bad. I love the idea. It'd be cool. You could be yes, exactly. Kane is Simon Cowell.
I just need a lot more, but I need a lot more Botox, and I need to shrink like a foot.
I can be Christina Aguilera or whoever was I think she's on that show. Or Gwen Stefani. I'll be Gwen Stefani.
Are you long or short this stream? Yeah, I'm offering here. Take it. Shab's gonna say only if you cover the budget.
Hey, morning, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, Chris. I've actually never, ever, ever, I will defend Shab on this. I've never actually had Shab ever say, here I say, we won't cover this. They're pretty good at covering everything.
Very true.
Business Doug does need to be on the panel of judges. That's a fact.
Absolutely.
So,
that's true. Yep.
Yep.
He's available. He's available. As Business Doug, as his manager, I'll make sure that that's set up and he's ready.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Eduardo. Peace, buddy.
Yeah, I think it would be good as long as the people can actually trade, right?
No, it'll be better if they can't.
Oh yeah, we like fully get to see people that want just fame.
Well, it's just like American Idol. You gotta have people that are really good, but then it can't just be all good. You have to have people that are terrible too. Otherwise, the show doesn't exist.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, me and T have got the same idea. T, just don't tell them we agreed to do the hedging thing. Yeah, don't tell them that. Imagine we go nowhere and we both make no money. Kane partying in America. I did my partying the weekend we got here. We went out Friday. We went out Saturday. We then went to a Dolphins game on Sunday. What's on the 27th? TR Trades asks, well, let me tell you, NinjaTrader are doing this competition that you can enter for free, I might add, and you can compete and win money.
Yes.
There it is.
Free.
It's free
money.
The NinjaTrader Arena Cup.
There's not a lot of free money opportunities in this life, but this is one of them. Should you choose to accept it?
This is pretty free, yeah. What's my favorite city to party in?
That's a good question.
That's a great question. I don't want to make it out like I'm a massive party boy though, so I need to think about where we answer this. It depends, right? I think the reality is it's really hard to beat Ibiza if you have a good bunch of friends at a nice place. But then also south of France is really fucking nice, especially Saint-Tropez. You have Greek islands because beach clubs in Greece are just different. And then I would say the most fun I had was in Cape Town. It was crazy. It was just fun. Actually, the good thing about Cape Town, it's just beautiful. It's genuinely just beautiful. It's great. I've actually never been to Tulum, ever. Never been to Mexico.
I actually have an answer for this, even though I'm not a party boy.
Go on, tell us.
Graz, Austria. That was the best. That was the most fun party time I've ever had in my entire life. It was insane.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'll have to go. I've never really been to Central European countries to party.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, Graz was so cool. It was so weird.
Yeah.
They have different Red Bull there. That's not in America. And yeah, there was some sort of Red Bull drink that we kept drinking.
Is that where Red Bull's from, Austria?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they probably just get free reign to make what they want.
Yeah, that was nuts. That was so nuts.
Do I feel safe in South Africa is not safe? I'm gonna be honest. I didn't really think that Cape Town was unsafe. Um, but at the same time, I definitely had money privilege there and was staying in a really nice area. So, um, I don't want to be naive to say that it's not because I do know some people that have been to Cape Town way more than me that do say you need to have your wits about you. It's unsafe. Um,
Okay.
yeah, so I think, there's definitely a part of town that you wouldn't go at night. Um, but also I think that that's just having your wits about you. Uh,
Yeah, you should just do that anyways, no matter where you're at.
exactly. Yeah. I mean, I have my wits about me in Miami,
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
um, so yeah.
Oh, Rixie's from Graz. Nice, nice. Yes, beautiful place. I love Graz so much.
So we're not really
Beautiful.
doing anything now. We kind
I
of
know.
get bought back and now we're not going sideways.
Yep.
Kane's saying it's safe from his castle. Yeah, I mean, I partied pretty much in most of the places in Cape Town, and I don't think any of them were like exclusive to people with money. In fact, I think it was the opposite.
270, 220.
I just had a
Yeah,
lot of
dude.
fun there, and I would always recommend people to check it out.
This guy. I mean, this is where I got out after I saw him show up the first time, but just nothing but absorption at 75s.
68.50, like that'd be a nice sweep potentially for her on ES.
Going back down to this. So NQ is doing trendy things. ES is doing not trendy things at the moment. NQ
We're
down to
coming up on that
237.
OR mid now.
Yeah. I wouldn't even I mean it might be qualified, but
I would say it qualifies. You built,
okay.
well, I would, but I think Leo, knowing on how he trades, I would say that he would probably take it if there was good absorption there.
Try to hit this.
But again, I'm not the cat, so I can't really answer it.
It's actually one of my favorite games is to try to, oh Lord,
Try
smoke
to
me
be
on
the
that one.
cat. I actually think this is a good area to get long off on
I like to try
ES.
to explain his setups for him. There we go. Second.
Yeah, that 68.50 just played on ES. Sadly, MQ's nowhere near it.
NQ's trying to it's trying to hold that ledge.
Yeah.
There we go. Come on, baby.
Did you get back in?
I did.
Yeah.
Not the world's worst fill.
69.75.
Yeah. I got in half and half. I got in at 70 and then I got in at 68. So that's my average.
Yep. That makes sense.
Come on, you turkeys. Keep pushing now. Still looks like shit. Nope. Nope. Look at that. Look at that NQ puke too.
Yeah, I would like NQ. Oh, the thing is, I would like to buy it at 210s roughly, you know. Um,
Yeah.
But the truth is, it's still a 40-point stop for me. And after we've kind of just gone nowhere.
There's definitely a bid coming in here on ES right here at 67. I don't want to buy it until I see us back above 68. Check NQ here. Yeah, NQ is just hanging off this ledge at 215. So I'm going to watch that too. Okay, he's absorbing. Let's see if we can get out. The hell time is it? 10:15? Okay. Someone with all the bullets right here. Woof. It's 210. No, they got me. Whoa.
They're puking it now.
Yeah.
So ES took out that 9 a.m. low, which is also the 4-hour low.
Gross.
They both, yeah. See, the NQ long here is like the most appetizing. But I just can't bring myself to long something with 40-point stop right now. The 150 tick stop.
Damn them. We're back above that 220 now.
Yeah.
Try this one more time. Let's see.
How in the world do you trade this right now? Truthfully, I haven't traded it right now. I haven't touched it.
58.74. 17.220.
Oh yeah,
Take here.
that 119 level. That's a much better stop, isn't it? And that is literally the catch. The only thing about that puts me off is this is 10 a.m., this is 9 a.m., this is the low. ES did obviously see his dotted line. ES did take that low. But this is basically anticipating the divergence, so it's kind of hard to do. The only other trade that I could be convinced to get into is something like this. But again, it's still a 40-point stop. So for me, I think the volatility is just there. And everyone will sit there and say, you should just trade micros. I would if I was at home, and that's probably even a lie. I don't really like trading micros a whole bunch. So yeah.
Trying to get back to 75 if I can.
Yeah, makes sense.
VWAP is in the way. It's not being very nice. What the hell time is it? 10:15. Okay. Okay. It's very early still. I mean, that low is nice now.
On a yes, yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's a great low.
Both VWAPs being a jerk for NQN, yes.
What is Tesla earnings today?
Oh, that's true. I have no clue.
Let me look. Whilst I'm looking, let me take this trade off on the thing. It's today, Tom? Okay, I trust. It's today. Yeah, I mean that will kind of explain a lot, I think.
Yes. Great taper there. Am I being greedy trying to get all the way to the other side? Maybe. Come on, bid. Where you at? Be somebody.
Yeah, they're running it.
And Q's trying. And Q's trying to drag ES with it so hard right now. Yeah, I'm gonna chill. I'll chill with that. That's not bad. 74. I gotta try. I'm trying not to blow this straight up over 20 bucks right now. It's a pretty tight range still. Let's go back and retest that. I'll put one more on. Yeah, you might be right, Jerry. 55's down there. It's true. Yeah, the thing about this 60 spot, like 64, 63, it has held like 8,000 times. So if it gives out, if sellers really take a shot down there, it's gonna suck.
I just don't trust this right now. I don't really want to put any money in the market on it. It's kind of a bit gross. Oh.
Game to NQ's retested 220. Still a bid there. Fighting with this 67 guy still.
Yeah, slow. Very slow, very, very slow. Tesla after the bell.
Oh, so Tesla is after market close? Okay.
Hmm. Can I explain why the 10 a.m. 1 minute model wasn't I mean, it probably is my model. You have divergence here. You have here, you're also going to play this. The reality of this is I have to wait for this to form, then cement, and then some good level inside of here. And the truth is that the stop's just a bit wide, and I'm greedy with my stops, to be honest. My only regret is I didn't short it again. Idris, I appreciate the offer, brother, but um, I'm a pretty busy guy. Um, but I really appreciate the offer.
Mm.
Most of my weeks are accounted for pretty much until the new year at this point.
Not loving it. Oh, fuck. RIP. That trade not working.
Yeah, the sellers that just hate selling it, aren't they?
Yep.
When you guys met in Florida, are you using your real names or internet names? Um, luckily for me, my my internet name is my real name, so it's really easy for everyone to call me by my real name.
Yeah, I think it was a combo of both. But I think that we definitely we spend enough time calling ourselves our internet names also, so that kind of like I call it XYXY, if that made sense to anybody. Because that's like, it's like your friend's nickname.
My government name?
My government name,
Oh,
yes.
he kept saying that all weekend.
Yes, Cooper. It's a lot like gamer tags.
Man, they really don't want to send NQ to this low right now. Some are going short at 40.94, hoping for that. My government name is proprietary.
Yeah, they're still holding this 180. I mean, your spot's still holding right here.
Yeah, I'm just a bit hesitant to get into it because the time I get into it, it's the time they smack it. I'll buy it on the way through if it comes back.
Yeah.
I don't want to be buying it here. I'd rather buy it here and have this as my validation, especially with ES making a new low. Um, Still a crazy stop loss though.
So sus.
Yeah, I tried to reset some of them, like my TPT accounts and my Alpha accounts. Having the Alpha 2% daily loss limit on a 50K account was slow. Um, so yeah, that was annoying. And then the TPT accounts, like resetting them consistently back down to the buffer amount, again, only giving me 2K buffer, which just put me in a spot where I was like, I have to either build a buffer or not. So I actually just YOLO'd them into the abyss and then reset them to 150Ks. And actually today is the first day that I got all the accounts on the same, they're all funded now. TBT obviously took 5 days. So yeah, so they're waiting. There you go. Look, this would be the time that I would have taken it and I would have puked it into the low.
Yeah.
Do I trade with my fund futures? Yeah, I do. They're the only ones that I can actually make a good argument for the 50K per accounts still being the 50K per accounts because you don't take a withdrawal consistently. You take one every 14 days, so you can build something up there.
I don't hate that 55 spot, I guess. I forget who said that in the chat, but yeah, that's also down there. It's kind of the other side of this node. Nice, okay. Broke 59. Nice, nice.
TBT. Yeah, look, TBT are daily payouts are just crazy, right? There's a reason that TBT are one of the bigger firms out there right now. So yeah, makes sense.
Now this is a knife. It's unfortunate because I got rules about this too, even though this is, previous month high, previous month value area high on ES. I still can't. I
Well, they
can't
just
grab
puked
this
it
after
50 points. So yeah, I'm kind of citing the fact that I probably won't do anything today.
I'll need it to think about its feelings a little more.
Well, the buyers have been in control a long time. I think that they're currently taking a bit of a break.
Hey, good morning, Nick. Nick's trying for the G line. Fair.
Where's the G line at?
Far.
Oh,
67.21 on ES.
geez. Nick's going for death.
Yeah.
Death on
Yeah.
Daddy's
death.
home.
Yes. Let's
And
go.
25,065 on NQ. So far away. Very far.
Well, you know, just a couple more pukes, 50-point pukes, and we're there.
That was a lot. Okay. Yeah,
As
so
it
this is
is.
kind of what I
Sorry,
look
on.
at. So red team, Red team lost that really hard. So this is a lot of selling right here at 67 and 65 that has been bigly rewarded. So that's the other reason I can't jump in this. Often what I do is I will just sit here and narrate the reasons why I can't take a trade, just to make sure that I'm not doing anything too stupid. Okay, yeah, push into 54. Wow. These guys are big mad.
Yeah, they woke up pissed. What happened? Something happened at 10:30 where they were like, "Fuck this, IB
Yep.
low, gotta go," and just went and took it.
Yep.
Let's see if they can push it. What did Fred say? Is there a Fred in the chat?
Fred, where are you at? Ooh, that's a big single print now too. We'll see what happens at the turn. Okay, yeah, that's a scam.
Now they're gonna be like, "Fuck the IB low. We're gonna send it higher."
It's like they made it and then broke it for a quick second at 52. All right, and I mean we got something to lean on if this is going to bounce here, but again, I need some progress. So ES kicked off of its weekly -1 here, 54 or so, but it could just be bouncing for a quick moment. Some red team win in there as well. Nope. So mad. So bad. Okay, hold on. I gotta make my screen bigger. This is a lot of selling. And they want more. Yikes. Ben R, every time I just hit market sell, it is bound to that's not a strategy for me. So I don't press that button. I will press it, but not down here. I don't engage with this thing at all actually outside of the -2, especially on a down day. So I'll look for if this is going to be a proper trend day down, I'm looking for now 54. I need this seller to hold at least. I need that seller to hold at 58. It'll give me a chance to get back in.
I don't want to touch this. This feels very knife catchy.
Yeah, it is. It would be very knife
And I
catchy.
can't sell this low. That's one thing I can't do.
Nope. Me neither. I don't have that gear either.
You can
I don't
buy a
know who
high but can't
does.
sell a low.
Yeah, I can buy high but can't sell low. But I mean, selling a low, I think probably I don't have. These are anecdotal stats. Selling a low and selling lower probably works out a lot less than buying high, selling higher. If I were to guess, just based on what the market normally likes to do, which is go up and to the right. All right, are you turkeys done? So I'm watching this guy now, 54. See if some blue team comes in here. Nothing really. Checking in queue. Yeah, that guy held. John says, 100% Stowe. I have the P&L to prove what selling the low does to you. Well, thank you for your service, John. I appreciate you helping us prove that point. Nice trade, James, if you took that 58 shelf. Big shelf up there. Yeah, man. And now we're on the other side of a really big shoot, where did this thing go? We're on the other side of this node here. This 58 to 60 spot has I mean, this held it up all week on ES, and now we just punched through that. So I'm going to watch that for resistance on the way back up. 58 to 60.
Gold also puking. What's going on? Strong dollar, maybe? Not even. Dollar's puking as well. Huh? What's going on?
Damn, they didn't even get back. Couldn't even get back up to 58. Okay, putting a poor low in there now. Yeah, chat, we don't know. We don't know why anything's selling off. We just know that it's selling off. We are not the why dudes. Time is at 10:36. Hey, morning, Omni.
Now I'm sitting here like, where could I have got short?
Yeah. I'm watching for this 58 60 spot. If I can get something up here to lean on, I'll try to shoot it there. But it's being squeezy. So I also don't want to get stomped on. No. Can I lean there? Almost. Came up and got that 54. It's the top of this cloud now. It's 54. Fingers on the sell button a little bit.
No, you are gonna try and sell the low.
Well, this isn't the nut low. I got a couple points before the nut low, but no,
yeah.
I was looking for that 54 to stay reoffered, and it did.
Yeah.
Because this is like if we get down below this and we start to hold in the lower weekly band, then that is weekly trend down. So this becomes weekly trend aggression and daily trend aggression down. I still don't like it, but like Nick said, there's a long way to go until the weekly open, and we haven't retested it yet. So Ben, stop trying to get me to press the sell button. I don't want to hit it yet.
Let's see if I can do a Stowe impression. A new low would be encouraging.
It's rude. It's rude to play that on the day that I'm covering Leo's spot for him. Play him mocking me. Allie, the ugly chart says that if we stay below 54, this is weekly trend down. And we've got intraday trend down also. Oh, nice. Omni's got that news. SEC chair suspended trading on 8 Nasdaq securities as suspected pump and dump schemes. Huh. What are the securities? NVIDIA?
I don't think they've been dumping that one though.
That's true. That's pump and pump.
they've been stuck pumping that thing, yeah.
That's a new scheme called the pump and pump scheme. I can get on board. I can get on board with that scheme. Yeah, this guy's still pissed.
I would love to sit here and do something really exciting, but the market is just not playing ball.
No.
Yeah, see, me 6 months ago, I would have found a way to get into this just like every day. But after the infinite bid, I've been super bear off, like
Yeah. Mm.
This Neo guy is just straight out here spitting straight facts, like quotation after quotation. Just like stuck in chat GPT mode.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah, it's definitely not him.
No. That's funny. Yeah, ChatGPT has certainly ruined that for me. Whenever somebody starts to say something like extremely eloquent or something, I'm like, this ChatGPT, am I talking to a robot right now?
The one that I
Making
always
this up.
see on Twitter, it's like they'll be saying something, they'll be like, that's not corporate espionage, that's sabotage or something. Like the ChatGPT loves saying that, something like that's not something, it's something else. It
Okay.
loves that saying. So if you see someone
Okay.
say that, that's ChatGPT. Or a bunch of M dashes, because no one actually uses M dashes.
Exactly. Yes.
Uh,
That's the first rule of ChatGPT is if you're going to use it, you got to get those dashes out of there because that's
yeah.
a dead giveaway.
How do I like 24,830 on NQ? Oh, bro, I don't like this right now. Yeah. Harry, you might use M dashes, just not every 5 words.
Also, Harry, no, you don't. Lies. No one uses those.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, man. So much passive buying, and these sellers want every bit of it down here. Fair enough, Harry. Good job. I mean, this would be a good low. Where's that? We got to be getting close. We're getting close to NQ's weekly open. What did I say? It was at 060? Find it. Oh, we got so far to go. We got 23 more points on it on ES, but yeah. 065 on NQ. There we go. About to tag it. Nice, Nick. I hope you held that short the whole way, homie. Yep. Thanks, Agon. Yep. Yeah, Mark, I think it seems like they're going for the gap as well. Those things don't always fill. Just throwing that out there.
You could buy it now, though. Where have they got to buy it back to? Mm.
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 Thank you, Neo. I appreciate your feedback.
I mean, we're down 200 points because BenQ's not really loving anything right now.
Mm-mm.
I think this is a no trade day for me, boys and girls. I think this is a down day, which is annoying, but it is what it is.
There's a weekly open on NQ.
Oh, XY called it. I'm looking at his tweet from 10 minutes ago. Oh, he was short gold.
XY was?
XY was short gold.
What?
Yeah, I swear. XYZ, one, why were you up and not giving us signals? And two, gold?
Gold.
That's his big.
He might, is he
leak
joking?
the government name. Leak the government name. Yeah, leak it. Leak the government name. That's it.
Yeah,
They
XY's
leaked
government
it.
name is Fred.
They leaked it on Monday. Yeah, it's Fred, yeah. Or is it Fred? Is this just one big bait? This could be like a. I'm not even gonna say it. I still feel like I've already gone in on enough people on Twitter the last 24 hours.
Oh yeah. Things getting spicy out there.
Yeah, that's what happens when AWS run half of the internet. And then a couple of companies, well, not even a couple, one company leaves the rest of the industry out to dry. Yeah, it's a bit of. Nah, Chaz, I'm choosing peace today. I chose violence yesterday.
You gotta have a balance. It can't just be all violence all the time.
Nah, we can. We really can. Honestly, we really can. If you, it's a lot of fun doing that, you know? Controlled aggression. Exactly, Andreas. Did you see that?
If XY seriously trade gold, I will eat my hat. That blows my mind that man is in a gold short. You guys, you sure you're following the right person? Yeah, that's a good retest off that weekly open there. Did that gap fill, Mark? I know Mark's watching that NQ gap as well. Let's see. It did. It's gone. Cool. Thanks, homie. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot to do before I can buy this, but it is a logical place. The thing about that though, and it's important to remember, like if you have intraday rules that make you not take trades, you can't just start breaking those for no reason. Otherwise, there was no point in making them in the first place. And this is doing everything that all my rules say. Like it's 45-degree angle down, constant lower lows. So even if that proves to be a good knife catch, that shit's just for Twitter. So unless aside from touchdown dancing, there ain't no point in buying that because it's going to be negative EV over the long run. XY should be here. Where is he? There he is.
He's here.
All right, he's in the thing. I got questions. I got
Yeah,
questions about this gold trade.
He's practicing. He's practicing for Monday. That's what he is. He's going to come on stream and be like, I'm also trading Xyzeee and micro oil and all this stuff. He's just going to be like up like $1 bazillion. Like caught the top on every market. And then I'm just not even going to turn up on Monday. I'm going to be like, screw this. I'm just going to invade XYZ's computer, copy trade everything.
So me, Tanya, Jade, Selma, and Lumi, we were all the first week guinea pigs. So everybody gets to see, and create their strats around what happens. So you guys have a competitive edge coming into next Monday. I got to get some side bets going. Yeah, Jim, if you're in the chat, we got to get some side bets going for Monday.
Thing is, XY, where did he place on the last competition?
Well, he was at the bottom between the one.
Oh, so he's coming back for just like straight vengeance as well. Like he's just
there,
full smoke.
The thing about that contest is the first 15 to 20 minutes, our data was really weird, and XY specifically, his charts weren't loading for like half an hour, and he hasn't made that excuse, but I know it's there. So, I'm not going to count XY out. Nick's ability to flip from giga short to giga long, that's what got him. So his playability is what won that for him. I don't have any excuses for myself. All right, this is what I need to break up here.
Sad part here is the only trade I could have taken here, although I ruled this a no trade day, was 98, and it just no retest, and it's already up for 40 points.
Yeah.
What's the R-vol today? Do you guys track that as well?
I do. I don't have it on my laptop though. I try to run this thing as light as humanly possible, so I'm missing like 30% of my tools. Oh, Brian says 95 R-vol. That's pretty good. Yeah, it definitely picked up. Something when the selling really started to party, it definitely picked up. So passive seller here at 50, 67.50 on ES. Let me look at this guy. Cool, we're climbing through that guy. Yeah, big market buy off of weekly open on NQ, which is right here.
I wonder, is he long? Is he short? Is he out? Is he flat? Oh no. Of course, he caught the nut low on NQ and he's short gold.
Yeah.
I'm done with this. I'm done. I'm done with this. He actually caught the nut low on NQ. What the?
Jeez.
It's that Versace robe. I need one. I'm sorry. I just need one.
XY. Yeah, please bring him in.
Bring him in.
Get him in here.
Right. We need to have some serious chats. I need to learn how to do this. How on earth have you bought the nut low? What's going on there?
Oh,
my guy.
I think I had some brain fog in the morning. I put up the wrong chart.
No, you put up the wrong chart and just shorted and
Uh,
made $1 billion.
yeah, then I realized it wasn't NQ. I was like, oh, well, I missed a short, but we're heading towards the weekly open. So you have to buy it. And
Is that the way it
that's my
works?
story. Now I'm just, my brain's kind of melting right now, trying to make some decisions.
No, it's
I gotta
good.
what's
I
cover a
your,
lot
like
of
that long.
NQ soon.
I like that long, dude. It held 120.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to cover that NQ there.
what was your entry on NQ? Like 60?
Right under 60, so it was probably like 67, and then I peeled a bunch off. My last one right now is at 72. So I kind of added into this thing. I'm keeping an eye on this gold though. I might just cover this at the overnight low.
You're up 5 pounds on one gold.
I had two lots on gold because I was like, well, what's the leverage like? And I got in two, and my risk was like 1,000. I was like, what is? Well, okay, I'm just gonna stay here.
No, wait, talk me through this. You went, oh, my risk was like 1,000. I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'll stay. And then you just happened to catch the monstrous move down, like
Last
a
time I
50-point
traded gold,
rotation.
it wasn't like crazy range like this. Like you can put on more size and not have to risk so much. But I guess it's really
You're
wild.
just dying from success, aren't you?
I suffering from success.
That's
Yeah,
Well,
what
well
a
put.
day.
That's
Honestly, what a day. I'm gonna cover this gold and give my brain a little break here, close to overnight low. Because I don't know where this can go, honestly. Like I'm just looking at this 1 hour and we failed this distribution here. And I was like, okay, well, we're probably just gonna keep making our way down if it keeps failing. And then I just held it and it worked. And
great
yeah, I don't
trade.
have much else to say but that.
Now you nailed that, bro. That's insane. You should get up early more often.
great trade, homie.
Yeah, I'm glad I woke up today. Yes.
Yeah, I bet.
Stop leaking my government name out there, guys.
All right, Fred, relax.
Yeah.
You're going to need to start giving us signals. Otherwise, we're going to have to start calling you Fred more often, all right?
Fred must be XY's like alter ego.
Do you think
Fred
Gold,
trades
gold
gold.
trader.
if Fred
Yeah,
trades gold, yes, that's
Fred trades
true.
gold. Yep.
That's very true, yeah. I can't imagine an Asian guy being called Fred, to be honest.
I know. I don't think I've ever seen one. Never.
Yeah. Well, the secret's out. You're the only Asian Fred in the world.
That's probably true. Yep.
Yeah, T's just out here making shit up.
Yeah. Well, he can make it stick.
An Asian named Fred. Yeah, that's an anomaly. I don't even know. NQ. I mean, this is kind of insane.
Yeah, it's pushing, man. What do you got? 100 points?
Yeah, he's up
Not
100.
quite. I'll probably book this 170s.
Just a 100-point trade on a
Just a quick
100-point long on a down only day. Oh, well, how hard. That sounds like sounds like you really struggled with that one.
It's suffering from success. Yeah, what a day today has been. This is awesome. I don't have anything else to say, but this is awesome. I need to
hell
figure out how
yes.
to trade 5 markets at once by Monday.
If you want, I can send you my my crazy ass chart book that I made. It took me like 5 hours, but
What?
it's got
5 hours?
it's got a chart for everything for each yeah, it's hard. Yeah, I had to make a window for
Is it all
each.
like laggy though? Okay, I should probably trail this. I'm gonna just trail this thing and let it go infinite bid or something.
I bought 50. I'm trying to catch up to XY.
50.
Yes.
Oh, I was like, you're at the very low?
No. I wasn't buying NQ down there on that knife.
I mean, I
But
did
we're
not
back
expect.
above. We're squeezing back above that weekly -1 now, which is 54. I saw a bunch of bid come in at 50, and then we got back above the IB high. So I'm just down to 1. I went in a little.
Oh
Went in a little
shit,
hard.
chat is right. I need my bull hat. I need my bull hat.
The Bass Pro hat.
Yeah, my bad.
Bull hat.
This should go. It's a new high day now.
Yeah.
Cool.
When he has that hat on, that's it. NQ's just
My
full
bad.
smoke, no offer.
Good call. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where this goes. I just wanted to get back to around the 9, which is like the 140s, 150s. And we're there. Gold's still just dying. Whatever. I'm not gonna look at gold anymore.
Yeah,
Look
I
at
mean,
push.
don't have to. Did you just close with gold or did it already close?
I'm trailing this. I'm at 100 points. I'm kind of tempted to just take this thing here.
Okay, here's a 59.60 spot. This is that LVN. So big LVN right here that was support.
Yeah, this is the retest of this whole break. I don't know if they're
Yeah.
gonna just keep going without pulling back. So I'm gonna take it.
Great
Yeah.
trade, brother. That's unreal.
Thank you. Thank you.
This MF don't miss. You
The
don't
chat
miss.
today.
The chat need to
Not
probably
today.
bribe you with some likes to continue trading because I mean you've already killed it.
I
So
know. The PNL is looking right. I'm gonna tell you that much.
yeah,
Fucking trading gold.
can't believe that. Yeah, that's crazy.
Dude, gold is it is highly leveraged. Jesus.
Mm.
It's just moving a lot right now, right? It's like up
Yeah,
and
the
down a
last
percent.
time, well, in 2023, I was trading gold, it was not like this, but I guess the range is so expanded that the leverage is insane.
Yeah, I mean it was down a percent overnight, and then it was up 0.5% overnight, like the rest of it, and now it's down 1.8%. So
Hmm.
it's really, if you've been able to catch a lot of this range, you could have fucking milked this market today. But
Yeah, yeah, it's awesome.
Cool.
I'm trading gold
All
now.
right, Kane, you got to get on a plane, bud.
Is he finally leaving Florida?
He's finally leaving Florida. I came back for the second round, and Kane's out of here. I was trying to get him
I'm
to come to
out.
my show.
I'm out. Yeah, I've got a dip. I got a dip because I got a pack and I got to get to the airport. So appreciate all of you. Love XY Stowe as always. I'll see you all next week.
See you,
And
brother.
good
Bye,
luck,
brother.
boys.
See you,
XY, I
brother.
got to bail too, homie. I got to change my guitar strings to see if I remember how to do this.
Ooh, all right. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, peace. Thank you, chat. Thumb.
Hit the likes. Woo. All right, well, maybe I shouldn't have covered it. I should have just trailed it to VWAP or something, but ain't much to complain about today, that's for sure. My initial target was for these swing lows or overnight low for gold, which is why I took that off around here, the last one. It was a swing lows. They started to build this right here, which means someone is stepping in front of this. And I was like, I would rather just close this here rather than risk it coming back this far just for another whatever this is to overnight low. So that was my reasoning. I'm still pretty surprised at how much leverage just 2 minis on gold was initially. Yeah, NQ, what a reversal. They came back and they reclaimed the IB. They did test this. If you look a little closely, they did test this IB here. On that pullback, very little volume. So as they broke back into IB, they built into IB. Let me look at some things. Give me a second, chat. See. Okay. Am I muted? No, I wasn't muted. Yeah, I was just trying to figure some stuff out. All right. I had to choose some music. I'm looking at chat. All right. Good morning, chat. Yes, I was notified yesterday that we needed some covers. So I am here now instead of Stowe, and Stowe is here in front of instead of Leo. Let me go to this chat. Yeah, government name is very proprietary, y'all. Did I take any previous trades on NQ? No. I was looking at NQ obviously when I got to desk. So I made a gold chart yesterday when I made these two. This is just a 1 hour, 15 days out with 10-day rolling instead of a 5 because, well, more data. I haven't really been looking at gold too much, so made this and then this real quick for execution. Now I'm so glad I covered. Yeah, looking here, and then I was looking here, and I was like, okay, well, VWAP tested it. First, I'm noting this overnight. They came up here. So when I made this chart, they were on their way up to this spot. Seeing in the morning, seeing them fail it now, coming back, and the majority volume build is here. So noting that, I am seeing that 1, 2, and potentially they made a lower move. Potentially, if this fails now, we're just gonna keep grinding lower. And so that was where I got the short here. Risking, I don't know, maybe like 6 whole points or something like that. And it just kept working. So nice and easy on gold NQ, noting this. Eventually we just cracked this line here, which is just overlapping volume, which means we're likely going to start filling in this empty area. Let me expand this. So as we do, I'm like, well, I don't think I would touch this before it hits the weekly open. So at some point, I'm down to the runner on gold already. I'm trailing it, and I can focus more on NQ, and we are at the weekly open. I'm waiting for some kind of failed attempt, a build. They did make one. You can see it right here, and as they're trading above, I'm getting those longs, so that's why my entry was around here. You can see this is when they finally leave the attempt behind. And you take this attempt with NQ, with a weekly open. This is as good as it gets for me. Playbook's coming out real soon. I was with the website guy yesterday, and yeah, it's in motion. You'll see all this stuff. The same old story every time, honestly. That's the long for NQ. It's just kind of like a perfect storm today, right? I missed a short, which sucks because I was, over here messing around. I think the NQ short would have been better because I would have been sized. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. Gold paid me a bit, but I would have sized more than Q. I don't know. Who cares? Yeah. So I missed this whole thing, and I obviously as it's happening now, I'm like, well, I can't get it now, and I'm just gonna manage gold and see what happens. Maybe I'll just trade gold today, and they moved down pretty quick, as it would be with thin structure like this. What else is there to note? The reason I looked to cover instead of trying to run it for like just a complete move through is this is quite an extensive wick. I would be very shocked if they don't start trading back into this and maybe retest this lower area first and either continue down or hold it and start to build this thing through and go back up. So I don't want to sit through that. I mean, it was already 100 something points. What else is there to note? Perfect storm today. It's not like I'm waking up and I'm choosing markets and it's just like this and that and blah blah blah. It's just I happen to be on time. Yeah. It's always a mixture of luck, right? That's the truth of it all. Okay, let me get the chat. Why the long? Okay, yeah, I just went through that. Gyms, if you're here for that. If not, let me know. Try to give you a TLDR. Previous trades, no. What the fuck do you look at? The 9. 5 minute 9 EMA. On NQ. I don't have anything on gold right now. I need to actually make a gold book somewhere. See a little bit of order flow, but I use a 5-minute 9 EMA only. It's just what I'm used to. I see W's in the chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate them. Huge W, Fred. What was that? 8K? Almost 11. Almost 11 on those two trades right now for me. Yeah, honestly, you guys cannot fault me. I don't say this often, but I'll say it now. You cannot fault me if I don't take another trade today, right now. Obviously, I have to be back for the close with Nick, but I mean, a perfect storm has just happened. It would be extremely foolish to assume that another one can. Sunday open range. Yeah. The weekly open at NQ is extremely good. I haven't tested it on other stuff like gold. I mean, I haven't traded gold for 2 years, maybe longer than 2 years. So I traded gold this morning, had 8 micros, leverage was so high I got scared and sold. Yeah, it's crazier than I remember, which yeah, look, now I'm kind of seeing why everyone's getting into gold right now. It's opportunistic to say the least. And it looks like it follows. So last I traded it followed structure really, really well, which is why we're trading it, but looks like it still does. Gold and oil followed structure quite well, from my memory. We're getting that pullback down into these wicks now. Where can I get the playbook? It will be on paintingthetape.net. It is currently being configured and organized. Frontier, I also have a YouTube channel where I have some recap videos for you guys, but they will be on Painting the Tapes YouTube going forward. And the website, paintingthetape.net. You can follow our socials. How do I balance looking at regular hourly candlesticks versus tick chart? I think it's the same Omni as like any other stuff. I have a high time frame off to the side. And I have my 1 minutes. So these are 1 minute Heikin-Ashis, both gold and NQ. I have these execution always in my view, obviously with order flow, the DOM and stuff. But my hourlies, yeah, I have them on the side. With on stream, I have to click through stuff, but it's just for me to make note of things. That's why I have these volume profiles everywhere. Making note of specific spots, and it's just for execution. So and obviously they close hour by hour, so you don't have to keep such a close tab on it. If I can see a candle close like this where half of the body is awake, there's a likelihood that they'll trade back into it and make some choices, right? In the playbook, there's a whole thing too about market making choices and allowing them to make the choice and then making your choice after it looks like they've made their decision. Being predictive is trying to make the decision for the market, which is not going to get you paid very well. So they're doing that now. It's one of those things. The 1 hour is only going to give you a bar hour by hour. So yeah, it's mostly where I do my homework in terms of planning, getting zones, structure, and stuff. This line is simple. We have supply here. Clearly, we have supply here because this is the all-time high, but there's a build. And every time we get there, it's chopped. They're trying to chew through so much supply in the can. They start to taper. It tapers more, and then it tapers more. And then today it finally cracked, fell through. And this is where volume is really thin. And the line is that reference. And with thin volume, you just kind of move through until someone's willing to step in the way. And eventually we finally got that down here. That's what you're seeing. 8 and 21 EMA in the 1 minute is nice for gold. Yeah, I gotta play around with gold and see what I like. Tick compression on the Dom. Yeah, I do 2 tick and Q. I know it's hindsight, but how did you like the short? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's actually why I covered the long right here. Because this is going to be the retest of the break. And ideally, if the market is going to retest these wicks, they're going to have to stop at around this retest spot. Then you curl over and you give it another go. And this is where they'll figure out if this is going to be a high or low and just no more selling, continue through for a while, or this is going to be the lower high. You crack through and you just start building lower and lower and lower. So this would be the spot where it needs to occur, right? Or I don't want to say needs to, where it's likely to occur so that, okay, now they can make the choice. Is this going to be like a scenario where it's a lower high and it just starts collapsing again? Or there's going to be a higher low hold here and you continue forward. So when the market makes its choice, you can then make yours. If you think it's a high low hold, get long, you know where your risk is. If it works, congratulations. If not, you take your money, you take your chips off the table and you cry about it, right? It's vice versa on the upside. If it works, congratulations. If not, just take your chips off the table. That's trading. You can ask me, how did I know this is going to sell down here? I had no idea. How did I know this is going to hold weekly open? And this is a crazy move. I didn't expect it to be this strong, just like all in one shot. But it's just risk on, risk off, and the market will make its choice. It either agrees with you or it doesn't. And when it doesn't, you just pull your chips off. Where can we learn to trade like you? Well, here, NT Live, I trade like multiple times a week on here. And paintingthetape.net is where I will start making content. It could be blog posts, videos. My whole playbook will be on there. I have a placeholder YouTube channel right now. Follow me on X. Yeah, Isaac, I hope you guys really do enjoy the playbook. It was not easy to make. As weird as that sounds, it wasn't until I was making it that I realized how really hard it is to make something that's concise. It's in good sequence. It makes sense. Stuff like that. Examples. Yeah, I always said I would never make a course. So you always think if you make a course, you're going to sell it, right? I said I would be willing to sell it, sure, but I'm way too lazy to make it. I am way too lazy to make a course to sell. And eventually I ended up making one anyway, and it's not even to sell it, it's free. How did I come up with the reference line? Oh, it's very easy. This one. This line, so first I'm going off supply, and they're constantly building here and tapering above. They can't get above. So we have so much overlapping volume that if we are to trade under this, it's kind of like if you're at the top of a huge, like a tall building, you look down, it's a long way down. There's nothing in the way to protect you. That's what this line is. Because on the way down, it's very thin volume. No one really was willing to transact down here. So if the market starts to fall into these prices, the previous reference we had of these prices was no one's willing to transact. If the market starts to fall and no one's willing to transact, which means no one's willing to put a bid out, it should be a pretty nasty move. And the line is simply that reference. If we are going to trade below this, right, and start to accept these prices. So the first go, no acceptance. We came back up. The second time, wick. But this second attempt didn't get anywhere. And actually, they got stuffed. So the offer is now moving lower. The offer is stepping down with price. They're willing to accept these lower fills. And as we go down, they get acceptance and it just cracks. And that's just simply what this line is right here. Underneath this, very dangerous. You can see in the volume profile. Build is up here, low volume here. And if they start to build down here, it opens up everything, which is what happened. Tell the indicator name you put on your chart. Tape reader from Orderflow Labs, free. This is a delta by price, a leg to leg. Order fill labs, not free, but this is free. These little stars are delta map. Yeah, those are the indicators. What was the biggest game changer in my trading? Trading less. So one of my things is I'll always get to the markets and I'll just fire off my trades and I just turn it off. I don't need to trade longer. I don't need to make more money. Obviously, sometimes on stream, you kind of want to give content to people. And so you don't want to just sit there and do nothing because you start to feel bad. People are here to watch you execute and there's nothing to do. And so uh, we're all very grateful for what NT Live has built in a way of them trying to make things realistic. Whereas it's like you're not looking for action, action, action. They want it to be realistic. Risk management. If there's nothing to do, if you don't like what you're seeing, then you do nothing and it's totally fine. The chat accepts it. We appreciate you guys. We say it often, but at the same time, you can't say it enough. We appreciate that you guys are, you're here to learn with us rather than to see some gambling and firing off trades just to live vicariously on a risk perspective through us, right? If those who have been here a while do understand my process, that my mental capital burns quickly and I don't trade for very long. If I get good trades, naturally my charts would be off. So if you guys have questions, please fire them off in the chat. It gives us something to talk about, something to look over, something to, maybe learn or discover. But as a trader, I'm quickly mentally checked out. That's why these competitions, they're very different for me. They're required to be on for very long, fire off trades, make more P&L, right? For the sake of the competition. But it's not where my natural strength is. And so even for the first one, I was like, I think Stowe takes it because Stowe can just trade all day, 23 hours. For me, I don't know, even anything after an hour is extensive. If I'm still trading 2 hours in, things are not swinging my way. And they've covered this wick. So did I expect them to cover the wick? No, I did not. But small things like that you pick up the longer you stay in the markets, what tends to do what. So I'll always say that I primarily use order flow. Absolutely. I'm an auction market theory trader. But there are so many things in price action that are extremely valuable. Small intuitive things you notice, pattern recognition stuff. This is why I use bars. I don't have a TPO. I have the volume profiles as if it were a TPO, and then I use candles because I've developed a lot of intuition with candles. Price action is very important to me. I don't even know what I was talking about prior, but yeah. Oh yeah, the question was what was the changing thing? Yeah, I realized the less I traded, the more money I made, and just the happier I was because I'm not on the charts all day. And it's always like a reminder of you ask them, they always say, oh, I trade for the freedom. I trade for freedom. I want time. I want freedom. But then they're like glued to the charts for 8 hours. And at some point I was like, this is not why I'm doing it. I'm not being a slave to the chart. And so many times when I'm mentally checked out, I get back into the markets and maybe let's just say I trade another 2 hours. Either I've given my money back or I've made a little more compared to like the huge burst of P&L that I had in that 20 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour. And it just stopped. It was just like nonsensical. I was like, what are you doing? Like every single time, it's the same thing. You either give it back or you just go red or you're like slightly more green, but you did way more work for it. It doesn't make any sense. So I just started to trade less, more, I don't want to say scarcely, but just getting really good trades when I'm at like peak mental capital, peak performance, get that in and just call it good because the market isn't going anywhere. And it became a lot more easily repeatable, right? A process is really hard to repeat a consistent process if you're trading for like 4 hours a day. Very difficult. A lot easier when it's shorter. And I'm not like the best at holding trades. If I'm holding for like a crazy run, it's because the market's just ramping. Like this 100-point move. So two things helped me to hold these two lots. One was we're so far from the 9. If we're going to hold somewhere, that's going to be the start of us moving back towards the 9. Sure, I covered the 9. How was I able to hold the last one for another whatever for 100? Because it's moving so fast. It's not even tempting me to pull out of the trade. It's just going. And so it's easy for me to just hold on to it. But otherwise, it wouldn't be the same. I'm not good at holding trades. I am primarily a scalper. It's just that when the market gives you huge range, you can scalp big ranges. So the gold one wasn't too difficult. It was just sequencing, right? And when you think it's going to bounce, it doesn't get anywhere and it goes lower. So it's quite simply lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs. And as it's going to continue to do that, I'm not going to be tempted to really do much. But if it starts chopping and then like rounding out, yeah, it'd be different for sure. So the market's really making it easy for me today to keep the trade on. So long-winded answer to your question. The game changer for me was trade less, expect less. And eventually expect less to me became expect nothing. I expect nothing. I have fully resigned all control to the market because we don't control it. The only thing we control is if the market does not seem to agree with us when we're in a trade, you take your chips off. Painting the tape. Sorry, I'm seeing that now. The site is painting the tape. TAPE. Like a time in sales. Or you could just follow me on X. All my stuff is on there. It's XYZ Trades, I think, is my X. Charts mostly OFL. Yeah, we just ripped it off of Leo. It's like a base chart. You rip it off because yeah, I don't really make charts too often. Take care of the downside, upside, take care of itself. Yep. How many stop outs do I take? The first thing that comes to mind is just a lot. My stops are very narrow. And I'll take a lot. I don't have like a 3 strikes and you're out rule. Although commonly, yeah, if I'm already 3 strikes, I'm gonna just give up on the idea most likely and just chill out and wait for another trade idea to take place. But I stop out a lot. I stopped framing my trades in a right versus wrong mindset a while ago. So it's not like a stop is like, oh, I was wrong. It's I'm either risk on or off. If I don't like what I'm seeing, I'm taking the chips off. And it's not like, oh, I was wrong. If I take this off now, it means I am wrong. No, I'm just taking it off because the market doesn't seem to agree right now, and I would just rather take it off. If I'm in a trade that's working, and I take the profit, as you would say, I TP, it's because it's at a spot where things can potentially turn. Just want to take the risk off there. That's just the idea. So I don't get too caught up in stops. If you've been here a while, you've seen me eat stops like it's not like it's all the time, all the time. I'll take the trade off before it hits my stop. Actually, the stop is a just in case, but usually if it's not doing what I want soon enough, I'm taking it. I'm taking that trade off, no matter where it is. You're putting your chips on, or you're taking it off. It simplified everything down for me so that I can execute more clearly and not be so invested on whether it was right or wrong. Would I look for a long at a weekly open again? The reason I wouldn't, okay, I would if it still fails to go lower. Yeah, it's not off the table. But this is coming off a reoffer from the spot of the break. This is essentially, like you could say, the scene of the crime, and it has confirmed itself. The market is no longer able to transact into this majority volume where it overlapped multiple sessions, which means we are entering a phase of new price discovery, right? And that's quite literally a knife. Right here, this is telling us the offer that has been moving lower is now willing to sit this low. So use this for information. The offer is now willing to passively sit at the very lows here. Until they move this to the side, you cannot have a buy bias. I cannot. The offer has moved all the way down, and still there's more supply than demand in this market. That is not a market. You should be long. If now, knowing this and seeing this information now, if they can push through this and hold this and show that this range, the 70s to the 50s, this range no longer has more supply but has more demand coming back, then you can take this long through. It has to be that scenario for me. That's the only thing that makes it make sense. And it's through this information. This is very key right here. Sorry, there's a lot of questions. Write or write out, like Pax says, absolutely. For me, it has to be that way. For others, it's different. But mentally, if I don't do that, there's going to be this like copium and hopium that enters my trade. And I can see like through the normal volatility we've had, if I'm in like 11 points of heat, chances are it's not even going to work. Just cut it now versus taking like now you're at 16 and you're just like, why didn't I just take it at 10? Why didn't I just cut the bleeding at 10? This makes no sense anymore. And then at some point you might be like, well, I'm just going to add on here and try to make up for that or something like that. It just gets all out of whack. So I just got to cut it and just not care because over the long run, it'll work out. Maximum amount of trades? No, there's no maximum amount of trades. So for me, I notice a lot of people ask about trade count. I don't have like a X amount of trades or stops. My in or out of the market, if it's not from me just like getting tired of being wrong and off sides already, it's a time component or obviously loss limits, right? But it's not how many trades, it's how long I've been trading. Usually it's within an hour. That's my normal session. If I'm still trading 2 hours later, it's not going exactly as planned. Doesn't mean it's like I'm red or it's horrible. It's just not going as planned. Um, yeah, it's more time than anything. My playbook isn't in painting the tape. Yeah, not yet. It's finished. They are working on putting it on the site and trying to organize the site right now. That's what's happening with the playbook, but it's pretty concise. What is the 1 minute chart? This is the 1 minute chart. Heikin-Ashis, if that's your question, like what kind of candles? These are Heikin-Ashi candles. No, they are not OFL. It's just a third party. I think you can get a third party add-on. I think you Google like Heikin-Ashi 8, I think it is. Yeah, right here it says Heikin-Ashi 8. I need some water. My mouth is so dry from chat. Do I position every trade with same risk, or do I dynamically size based on confidence level? It's dynamic. Um, Everything is based off of dollar amounts, which is why when I trade, I have the dollars where everyone has points. I need to see the risk like very clearly, visually. It needs to hit. Um, but it'll be different. Sometimes when I don't like something as much, it's less risk. Or if my stop has to be way wider, it's less risk. Uh, the trade at the lows was a much smaller size, although the risk was like 12 points, which is in line with what I usually do. The size was much smaller, about half of what I would normally do because it's a knife catch. I'm not really going to give that much of a leash on my P&L. Obviously, I regret it. I should have just put on more. It would have been a bigger payday, right? But that's hindsight. At the time, it's no, it's really dicey. Why do I prefer Heikin candles? It cleans up everything. I am a huge price action guy, but on a 1 minute, I'm not gonna look. I'm not gonna do a bar by bar analysis on a 1 minute. I just don't trust 1 minute bars like that. I'm gonna look at it in aggregate. So like a sequence of a couple candles or a range of a couple candles or a consolidation. And at that point, I might as well put Heikin because it cleans it up. It gives momentum of a move, right? So that when I look at this, it's just a clean picture where price is going, how it went there, and where it stopped, stuff like that. Obviously, I use candlesticks on other time frames because a candle like this means more, right? I see a candle like this, mostly wick. Okay, we'll expect a retest of the wick range, stuff like that, or this, right? A huge red candle and an engulfing bullish candle. Well, I wouldn't try to get any shorts after seeing this kind of thing, 2 bar sequence, stuff like that. Or even this, right? Look at this candle, huge down, and you get a nice inside candle, but it looks like a nice continuation candle. It tests into the body, closes wick of the body, and then it closes at the lows for a continuation lower. So I would not try to long this. I would try to short this, and it just goes all the way down. So stuff like that. But on a 1 minute, I wouldn't put any precedence on it. So yeah. What's my average R? Market structure will control that. I have no idea. I don't do like, oh, I need at least 2R and TP1. I don't do all that. It just has to make sense. It's a quick eyeball. If I'm looking at a trade setup and the first reasonable TP is like 1R, I just won't even take it. So that's just how I do it. It's not like, oh, I think this could work and I have to get at least this. It's eyeball. So I'm playing edges, right? You can see the market structure and you can eyeball the risk. Like let's just say from here, if you want to short this, you're short around the 130s. You can risk like low 140s, but the move can go to the 110s. It's good enough already, right? Stuff like that. I'm more so looking at what edge I can get into on the trade for my risk and what the runway looks like. It doesn't have to be a set standard R. Automate? No, I've never tried to automate. My trading is like highly discretionary, possibly dangerously so. Have you ever made a dumb mistake? Like not realizing you have a TP set. I'm so mad at myself. This was at least 150 point short with almost perfect entry. First of all, I don't know what that's sure that's a mistake, but I've made way worse mistakes than that. You could not imagine. You could not imagine. Also, there is such a thing as hindsighting yourself to death on your trades. A good trade's a good trade. You go chase perfect trades, you will never progress. I promise you guys that. Do not chase that ghost. Directly on your, my delta map is directly on a 1 minute. Yes. Missed my trade. I had a long down here earlier and I had a gold trade. It's on my Twitter. Just hop on my Twitter account. You'll see my trades. And the gold short was around up here. Again, I got really lucky with the timing, guys. Perfect timing for the opportunities. Don't focus on the last trade, focus on the next 10. Yeah, honestly. I don't live my trading life trade by trade or even day by day on P&L. I don't. You can't. You shouldn't. You can do everything right, and the market just didn't agree, and so it was. I tabbed back to discover XY has a Greek chorus macro commentators. What is that? What am I even reading right now? Vintage, you are correct. There's no perfect trade, no perfect strategy. There's only a perfect strategy for you. Everyone's got a different personality, and every trade Every strategy is it has to mesh. Oh, here's a question. XY, you mentioned you probably won't trade more today. On a big winning trade day, do you have a process to not have this kind of a win sabotage the next day of the near future? Yeah, usually if the day is big enough, I just take the whole week off. But I'm a streamer boy now, so I'm on all the time. Um, I haven't hit that mark yet, so I'll continue to trade. I mean, actually, if you combine, yesterday wasn't that big. Yeah, no, I haven't hit that mark yet. I'd still be willing to trade through the week for sure. But yeah, if it's like a huge day, some kind of huge outlier day, um, usually I'm just taking the whole week off because in my experience, and probably many of yours, huge green days can just lead to huge red days. You like subconsciously have this expectation that's baked in, and that's what I would do. I would say like, hey, your work is done. You did great work for the week, and now you get to have the week. You get to reclaim your week. That's just my mentality through it, and it's been great. Base trading, yeah, sloppiness, careless mistake, it happens. You'll get better at that kind of stuff. But mistakes are forever. You're always going to make them in this game. You're going to see me make it live, make mistakes day in and day out. That's what the stop loss is for. That's what peeling off risk is for. Or do you catch yourself and you take the risk off? Mission Control had placed a panel below you showing Jim, Tracy, and Craig all at the same time in theater. I missed it. I didn't see that. Yeah, those are the in-house NT Live experts. Yes, Gene Bar. This is my market lens, totally. And that will be very much detailed in the playbook. The volume profile is where I do a large majority of my work, which is why it's everywhere. You guys will see what my footprints look like, and they also have volume profiles. How do you set the 5-minute 9 EMA? I'm not sure I do it on here, which is why I don't have it. But you can just pull up a 5-minute chart, have a 5-minute chart, put a 9 EMA on it. Are we allowed to sign up for NinjaTrader Final Cup Arena if we already traded Monday for the first one? You're not allowed to do other qualifiers, I believe, but you are allowed to do the final one if you made the cut. I think it's a top percentage, something like that. So they're still bumping their head against this offer. Looks like that gold cover was as good as I could have had it for sure. Swing low, unsurprising that they held. Built this little bit. This is a bid, definitely. Climbing back. '72s could reoffer. Yep, '72s could certainly reoffer. '70s. Very quick window of time. I see that as like I've just been paid. My EV is extremely high, per the amount of time that I'm on the charts, and it's not gonna get better. And I should just take that for what it is as a blessing and earn myself the rest of the day. That's kind of my mentality. If I make a good amount in a really short time span, that'll also do it for me. Because then at that point, it's kind of like I'm staying to do more work for less pay. It's not ideal, if that makes sense. Start trading 2020. I started trading 2021. I started trading futures. Did I lose money before being profitable? Extremely. Yes. Yes. I lost so much money. I'm blowing like before it was like props weren't that big then. So we're doing cash accounts. And I'm just like cash accounts are just dying. It's a graveyard, right? I think there's like 3 or 4 of them. My very first deposit was 1,800, ran it to over 13,000 or 18,000 or something like that, and that was in a week. And then it just all died within the next week. The very first cash deposit. That's what happened. Do I pay attention to levels? No, yes, absolutely. You can see it on my chart. I've got all kinds of MGI levels. IBs, open, VWAP, overnight, prior day. Very key. It frames my context for the day. Absolutely. One-minute chart, not a volume chart. I think all the other guys use volume, but I use a 1 minute. I'm just used to seeing it this way. That's just all it is. Everything's a visual, so you do what you like. Am I always sizing up? I haven't sized up on my trading in a while. I've just been content with where I am. It's a good balance for me. One thing I tried to really articulate in the playbook is there's, you call a stop out, you call it a loss, you call it an expense, you call it this. To me, there is such thing as paying for information. You get into a trade. Let's just say you're in here, right? Weekly open price is in the 60s, so it's right here. So weekly open is right here. And you are seeing the market bounce. You're trying to get longs right here, right? And so you get stopped. You jumped the gun on your plan and you paid a premium for it. This is the premium. I don't want to do that. You want to avoid paying extra money because your stop is also likely to be taken out because it's not planned, right? And if it's taken out, you've paid more because your plan's actually down here. You got to get in over here. Or if you jump the gun and you place your stop even further, that's the premium you're paying. That extra stop money, you have paid that as an information premium. You don't want to do that. You want to put your risk on when you're no longer paying for that extra information. You're paying for incomplete information. The market has not given you the information that you want to see in totality yet. Now, if you want to be impatient, jump the gun on the trade, do understand you are making an active decision to pay a premium on your stop for that missing information. Now, that sounds stupid, right? When you frame it that way, who in their right mind would choose to pay more money for missing information? That is what the reality is of being impatient. You're paying more money for missing information. Then you ask, why? Why am I doing so? FOMO, right? You're afraid of missing that trade. Reality is it's not your trade because it's not your setup. It's not your plan. It's not your process. That's not your trade. If it works out without you there, so be it. There will be trades where you made the money and everyone else missed out on it. Nike isn't trying to sell phones because it sees Apple making billions selling phones. Apple's not trying to sell shoes because it sees Nike selling shoes. Everyone's got their own thing. Your trading has to be the same, right? You know what you do and you know how well it works. So stick to it, right? I'm not sitting here watching these guys bang out 150-point trades and I'm like, I got to do that. No, I have my own thing and it works, right? I tried my best to articulate that in the playbook through multiple paragraphs, so and so. Do not ask yourself, am I paying extra for missing info right now? Am I really going to shell out more money for this ticket for the opportunity with missing information? Someone slides you a contract and there's missing pieces and says, hey, just sign it. It's all good. You're going to sign that? You're not going to fucking sign that. You're going to say, complete this contract, fill in the missing information on this contract before I sign it. That's what the market's doing as it's advertising these prices. If you want the 60s and it's advertising the 90s, but your plan is the 60s and you can't invalidate your plan until the 60s, Why would you sign that contract? Right? That's the idea. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. I don't even know how we got here, but I'll go through the chat. Martin, yeah, I don't know what that is, but that does sound kind of scary. The Matrix is speaking to you. Order flow a must, or I can do without it. I could do without it. I think on last Thursday I traded without it. Just volume profile and price. Did okay. But the order flow adds an extreme amount of edge for me in the form of risk. I can risk much less with order flow. So crucial, but not absolutely necessary. Gene, yeah, there's a template in OFL. I'm not sure if it's free, but mine is a template and I just switched to candles. Do I give out my playbook? Yes, so I made one. It's free. That's the good news, and it's being uploaded. So follow me on X, and I will let you guys know when it is complete and where you can find it. But it's free. Who helped you with your mindset? Pain. Pain helped me with my mindset. I just learned through pain, making the same mistakes, all that stuff. These color bars are not an indicator. It's just Heikin Ashi. Typical. Up candle is up color, down candle is down color. So I do want to make note of this. This is where the offer was earlier that we saw stepping down. But if price cannot go lower, right? Obviously in the playbook too. Price is no longer able to go lower. So what does it do? It starts to advertise higher back into the supply. And now the market has made the choice. It's giving you the info. There's too much demand down in this range for the market to continue lower. And it chewed up that supply, which means sellers are no longer finding control of the market in this range. There's more buyers. And now the dynamic has flipped. The market was moving down because they couldn't find enough buyers to match the sellers with. They have found more. So before you find a reoffer, before you try a reoffer, do understand that right now, as they made the decision here, there is more buy interest. But how do I size up if I was trading only 2 lots, comfortable with wins and losses in tens? How do we handle bigger size? You do it slowly, Logan. You got to do it slowly. Every time you size up, your execution won't be as good. It won't be as sharp. But you get used to it. It's the only way to do it. It's through pain. You size up, you take your licks, you adjust till you get used to it. I wouldn't attend, but I'd definitely listen to the podcast.
Yo,
Jim.
what's happening, brother?
They got me back on this morning.
I know, I saw that.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say it, but you're trading Monday, right?
The qualifier. The qualifier. Yes.
Yep. So they asked me for some odds, and I refused to answer this morning, but I didn't want to say it in front of Kane and Stowe and T-Trades. But of the highlighted, the featured traders, we have Kane, T-Trades, Leo, you, and then Market Mommy, who I have not met yet, and Carmen Rosado, who I have not met yet.
They are all killer traders. Absolutely killer traders. Yes. They put me, I don't know why they had to do that to me. They threw me in with like the Avengers. And I'm like that fork guy from Toy Story. I'm just a Forky from Toy Story. And I'm just like, what am I doing here?
Well, last time I was in this position, I picked Nick. Nick won. Nick wins. I'm picking you for Monday. No extra pressure, brother. But I met you in Naples. I know these other guys and the two girls. I don't know yet, but I'm going with XYZ Monday qualifier. I said it out loud. Don't give shit, the rest of you guys. That's all I have
That's
to
a
say.
hot take, scorching. But I
Yeah.
appreciate the vote of confidence.
Yeah. I'm
We'll see. We'll see what I can do with 5 markets I don't look at.
it's all right. We'll take you got your system, man. You got your style. You'll be fine.
I would think so. Let's see. We'll see. Tune in Monday, guys.
Yeah. Are you back this afternoon?
I am with Nick. Yep.
All right, everybody. We have XYZ and Nick coming back this afternoon. Awesome morning session. Appreciate you as usual. Thank you for all the thumbs up. Still have a chance. Thumbs up before XYZ leaves. And subscriptions are awesome. We appreciate the subscriptions as well. There we go. There's that little button on the top. So, XYZ, man, thanks for everything. I'm going to do an Edge report, wrap up the morning, and I will see you this afternoon after lunch.
See you guys. See you, Jim.
I probably have to share my screen, though. Yep. I'm way ahead of you, Kevin. I'm way behind you, Kevin. All right. So I want to talk about the Bitcoin for the Edge report this end of the morning. This is really kind of interesting. We have the initial balance set. Top of it's about 109,220. The bottom of it, look at my white parallel lines, 107,650. And bell rings, boom. We've been trading top to bottom, top to bottom, top to bottom every 30-minute candle for the last 2.5 hours. That's kind of observation number one. Observation number two, the session volume profile is pretty neat. It's a very Gaussian bell-shaped distribution, no breakouts on volume anywhere, really. Top of the value area, again, is 108,880. Bottom of the value area is 107,870. Now, remember, on a daily chart, we are in this support resistance zone, kind of no man's land, right around 108,500. VWAP is going straight across the screen right now. And what I did was I added another volume profile that just addresses the regular trading hours, and I wanted to see where volume was there. It's a little less bell. It's Gaussian, but the distribution is further to the south side. So that has not escaped my attention. Lastly, the last piece of information that you guys need is from Edgeful. Edgeful has this IB breakout report. And basically, I ran the report to see what over the last 6 months, what are the statistics for a breakout above the initial balance and a breakout below the initial balance. And I did it not on a wick basis, but on a candle close basis, a 30-minute candle close basis. And the results surprised me. There's only a 3.85% history the last 6 months that we didn't have a candle close above the IB high or below the IB low. That's pretty low. We had an 86.46% the time that we did. We broke out one way, single break they call it, and then only a 7.69% for a double break. So what am I thinking? Well, I'm thinking 3.85%. It's kind of small. So where would the breakout be? So right now I'm leaning toward that to happen on the downside. We'll get some more clarity as we go here. This 30-minute candle is actually pretty important because we've been trading through VWAP, bodies of a candle through VWAP for 2 hours. So right now we're stalled at VWAP, right? I know it's lunchtime and things are slowing down. It's, the New York guys and gals are going to lunch and all that stuff. That volume smile is kicking in, right? We're at the bottom part of that volume smile. But there's a lot of participants still here. So again, looking for some kind of action down to the downside. And then another thing that's important to me on this chart, and we'll spend the whole time on Bitcoin that we have together, is this target wick. These target wicks, these dangling wicks, it's an icicle wick, and I'm going to put an ellipse around this icicle wick, and again, that would be a target up to the downside. Well, there we go. There's my ellipse. Now, anything could happen. We could break out to the upside. We could stay in the range. Who knows? Anything could happen, but that's what I'm feeling right now in the Bitcoin. Totally my opinion. All right, having said all that, folks, great morning today. With some great guests and great everything. Appreciate everybody being here. We had a lot of fun this morning. I lost my glasses in the process. I don't know where they're at, but I'll find them in a little bit. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Again, we'll be back this afternoon. Me and Shy doing me and Shy stuff. And then XYZ and Nick will be trading the close live. Thank you much. Have a great lunch. We'll see you soon.